when the tender was supposed to close. So they had to find a way of extending the period of closure up to 10th of the next month of March, so that that particular bid bond which had issues can now be factored in, or rather regularized, and so that this company called Shobika could benefit out of that particular extension. Of course, there are many other issues. Like, we also realized that at the end of the, when the tender was discontinued, for example, there is a company called Tianjin Yorkol International Trading Company that was among the bidders that initially bidded for this particular tender. They were disqualified on efficient evidence and proof that they're actually manufacturers. So a company that is a manufacturer was disqualified on the ground. Those are some of the challenges that the tender had.
And at the end of it all, what became of this tender?
At the end of what happened is, after the technical committee, because this tender was actually is done, that report is to be handed over to Global Fund, the financiers. So when that report was surrendered or handed over to the Global Fund realized...
You said the evaluation committee of KEMSA,
yes,
made a recommendation that Shobika be
awarded. That was the finding. That was the
finding of KEMSA.
That was the recommendation by the technical to terminate the tender, and asked an internal firm, or rather an internal organization called Wombo.org, which is the procuring arm of Global Fund, to do the procurement. And eventually, one of the companies that were actually disqualified because they were not authorized by a manufacturer ended up winning that tender, together with another firm called A to Z, of the recommendation by the technical committee of KEMSA.
So, just to clarify to the Senate, a company which had been disqualified by KEMSA ended up being the supplier.
That is correct.
Following the process which was undertaken by Global Fund.
That is correct.
Okay. What became of the bid bond?
Well, when we were investigating this, when the investigation was ongoing, we collected all the bid bonds of the firms that actually bidded, so that not only the bid bonds, but all the documents that related to the tender, so that we could evaluate and record statements. Now, when the tender was terminated, ordinarily, there would be no need to hold onto tenders, onto documents submitted by the tenderers, and they're usually returned. But for this particular one, because it was a questioned document, the CEO of KEMSA wrote to the ESCC requesting for that document to be handed over. And eventually we did hand over the document to him, after recommending disciplinary action against all the officers who were involved in the tendering process, starting with the CEO, the technical committee members, the head of procurement entity. For this particular document, we have a certified copy, which we collected in case there would be need to reopen the investigation, because there could have been other
companies which had participated in this.
They were returned to KEMSA.
They were returned to KEMSA. Yeah. Let's go to the second issue, which was identified in your invite, and probably we should start with the third one, which relates to conflict of interest by state officers and public officers. You are a long-serving officer of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. I suppose you are familiar with conflict of interest in terms of the constitutional, statutory, and regulatory procedures. Would you appraise the Senate on that aspect?
Okay, thank you. So conflict of interest is actually addressed. A state officer or a public officer shall use the best efforts to avoid being in a situation where personal interests conflict or appear to conflict with the state officers or public officers' official duties. Now, when we talk of personal interest, we look at section 6, which explains or rather indicates that personal interest includes interest of spouse, child, business associates, agents, or any other matter in which the state officer or public officer has a direct or indirect pecuniary interest. Basically, in practice, what happens is we also have the regulation, which is the subsidiary law of that particular act. If we look at the conflict of interest, that particular part 3 of the leadership and integrity regulations clearly specifies how conflict of interest are supposed to be dealt with by public officers.
And in summary, how are state officers to deal with questions of conflict?
All public institutions are actually required to maintain a conflict of interest registers, which can be inspected by individuals upon application. That is the starting point. And you know, the commission also has a role in that the commission is actually mandated to enforce and implement the Leadership and Integrity Act together with the regulations.
Thank you, Mr. Mahmood. And did you say, did I hear you correctly say that, did I hear you correctly?
That is correct.
Which is in relation to gifts.
Okay, gifts, if you look at section 14 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, together with section 5 of the regulations of the same act, it is clearly indicated that that is what regulation 5 is. A gift to office, surrender it to the public entity in which the officer is employed. It also goes further in subsection 4 to indicate that a state officer or a public officer who receives a gift in terms of this regulation shall, irrespective of the monetary value of the gift, declare the gift received to public entity which the public officer maybe should have mentioned is that public officers and state officers are barred to receive any monetary gift. So here we are dealing with gifts that are not non-monetary. For monetary, they are barred, or rather we are barred from receiving any monetary gift. But yeah, so.
And in the same manner, with respect to conflict of interest, we have a register of conflict of interest. Do we have a register of gifts?
Yes, we have a register of benefits in each and every public agency where officers who receive gifts are supposed to declare immediately, and we have indicated in 48 hours. And what is
What is the role of the Commission in relation to gifts?
Okay. Yeah, now if you look at subsection 9 of the regulations, you will see that if a public entity shall, at the close of every financial year, furnish the Commission with a report specifying and all the gifts, any gift the entity intends to dispose of, all that. And then subsection 3, of course, talks about report. The report under paragraph 1 shall be submitted to the Commission within 30 days after the close of the financial year.
So just so that we can close on that, every financial year, the Commission is supposed to receive the registers of gifts from all state entities.
That is correct.
For your record.
Yeah.
Have you received the register of gifts from the Office of the Deputy President?
Not to my knowledge.
Not to your knowledge. That will be all, Mr. Speaker.
Counsel for the Deputy President, you may now proceed to cross-examine the witness. With you. You did receive the summons this morning, yes?
I received the summons yesterday afternoon.
And you had come and testify in respect to what aspect in the motion of impeachment?
There were 3 items,
Yeah.
which I listed.
Kindly grab your notice of impeachment, the motion.
The motion.
Yeah, the motion of impeachment at volume 1 of the National Assembly.
If you insist.
And as you do so, kindly again repeat or state the thematic areas you are supposed to testify in respect to.
So let me start off by looking at the summons which I received yesterday. So the first one, the investigation of the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission of tender. The number is given there.
Thank you. Now let's go to that particular tender. What is the mover of the motion aggrieved with
Which
in
page?
respect to the tender you're testifying?
Which page?
What is the mover of the motion aggrieved with in respect to this tender of KEMSA? It's a simple question. You don't need to refer.
But I need to refer to the document, isn't it? So that I can read the exact.
It's okay. You can be led by your counsel.
Yeah.
You know the motion better than the witness who's been brought to prison on a particular aspect. If you can just take him there so that
Let's go to
we save on time.
Just tell me the page, I'll be able to.
you page 24.
Page 24.
Yes.
Page 24.
By indicating that the deputy president bullied him and exerted unnecessary pressure in respect to this tender, correct?
As per the document, yes.
That is the position, correct?
That is what is captured here, but that is not part of my evidence.
That is not part of your evidence. Yeah. Does your evidence relate to the notice of motion, to the notice of impeachment before this assembly?
It does, but
is there a complaint in the notice of impeachment that relates to conflict of interest that you know of?
And so what I would really request you, let us deal with my evidence.
Yes,
don't take me to the evidence.
We are dealing with it. Is there a complaint that relates to conflict of interest in the notice of motion? If yes, kindly point it out for the assembly to note.
No, I wouldn't know because motion event.
Is there a complaint that relates to gifts and how gifts must be dealt with? Now, in respect to this tender, are you aware that this Senate sat and conducted an independent investigation in that respect?
I'm not even aware.
Are you aware?
I'm only aware of the investigation ESCC conducted.
Yeah. So in respect to this motion that is before the assembly, what investigation did you conduct that relates to the gift in this assembly?
I was requested to talk about.
We are talking about
gifts.
The notice of impeachment before the assembly, Mr. Witness.
I'm referring to the summons that I was given by this House.
And your summons must relate to the proceedings, correct?
I'm not the originator of the summons. How would I know how it relates? I will confirm
the process.
I think there were about 17.
There were about 17.
Yes.
Did all the bids pass?
Pass in terms of award?
Yes.
Finally, the award was given to 2 companies.
Yes. Which companies were they?
Let me get the names. Yeah, the 2 companies that eventually won after the Global Fund conducted their own tender.
Yes.
One is called Tianjin Yerkol International Trading Company. I know.
Yes, what length? Please get hold of the volume 3 of the documents by the Deputy President. So, volume 3 of our bundle of documents. And as soon as you get it, you go to page 221. Volume 3, page 221, Mr. Witness.
Just a minute.
And as soon as you grab it, you go to paragraph 100.
Which page?
Page 221,
221.
paragraph 100, volume 3.
221, just 1 minute.
With my bundle, because you want to save time. Page 221.
Which
Look
paragraph?
at paragraph 100.
Paragraph 100. Yes, I'm there.
Yes, paragraph 100.
I'm there.
Yes, can you read what the report indicates?
In its report, dated 25th April 2023, Global Fund noted the bidders met the minimum requirements.
So what is indicated that none of the bidders met the minimum requirement? Yes. Let's go to page 221, 222.
Now,
22
220.
at paragraph 106.
222.
And again, read it loudly.
Notwithstanding KEMSA's reservations, in a letter dated 4th May 2023, the Acting Director of Procurement recommended termination of the process. The process.
The process of bidding, correct?
Yes.
Why was it terminated?
Now,
Paragraph 100, Mr. Witness,
no,
paragraph
Counsel,
100.
Counsel, look.
You know, I am
I'm
cross-examining
I will
you.
only deal with my evidence. I will not deal with the evidence of other institute investigation. Please ask me questions related to the investigation.
Now, after making your statement, please read the reason why the termination was actuated at paragraph 100.
If you want me just to read for the sake of it, but I'm not owning this evidence. I'm only owning the evidence by ESCC.
I didn't ask you to own it.
Yeah.
Witness, the counsel is asking you.
Read paragraph 106, correct?
Yes.
About the terminations, correct?
Yes.
And I've asked you to state for the assembly the reasons why the terminations is being recommended, correct?
Yes.
And I've told you that that answer, you'll find it at page 221, terminated because the bids failed to meet the minimal requirements, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, the cancellation was not as the result of your alleged favorism, correct?
That is not my evidence. My evidence is
Yes, I
there
know.
was clear favorism.
Clear favorism.
Yeah.
Look at paragraph 226, sorry, page 226.
226, I'm there.
Yes. Look at paragraph 136.
I'm there.
Yeah. Read paragraph 136.
In late April 2023, he learned from the Global Fund.
Who is this learning from global funds?
Oh, you just took me there straight.
Yeah, look at paragraph 225 so that we can get to know who is learning.
235 or 2?
Yeah, 225.
225.
That is the evidence by one Dr. Andrew Mulwa, acting CEO KEMSA, correct?
Now, 225, 125, if you...
225.
Submissions by Dr. 136. In April 2023, he learned from Global Fund pre-award review report that the long-lasting insecticide nets tender was to be cancelled on account of inconsistencies in the bid evaluation.
Yes?
Yes.
So why was it cancelled?
The issue would be who caused the bid.
No, it's not who caused. We are looking at the report. What does it indicate at that paragraph, the issues of the cancellation?
Paragraph 136?
Yes.
On account of inconsistencies.
It speaks to the fact that the bid or the tender was cancelled, correct?
It does, yes.
And it speaks to the reason that it was cancelled on the basis or on the reason of inconsistency, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, your testimony that was a result of favorism does not sit well with the evidence contained at paragraph 136 of the bundle, correct? That the reason for the cancellation was the inconsistency, Mr. Witness, yes?
Inconsistencies, yes, but...
Thank you. Let's go on.
How is the inconsistency?
Let us go to that one. You
arise?
shall explain in another forum, not here.
Yeah. Continue.
Let's go to paragraph 230, page 230.
Page 230.
Yes?
Which paragraph?
230.
Which paragraph?
Paragraph G.
G, yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Can you read it out?
At the evaluation stage, the audit team established that only 2 bidders passed the preliminary evaluation.
Which two companies passed?
As per this one, Tianjin Call
Yes,
International,
yes,
bidder number 7,
yes.
Premier Movers Limited, contrary to evaluation committee.
Is Shobika part of those bidders?
No, it's not.
It's not.
Yeah.
Look at look at page 231 again.
The termination of the tender complied with Section 62 of the Act and Global Fund guidelines.
So the termination was lawful, correct? And it complied with the Procurement Act, correct or not correct, Mr. Witness?
Correct.
Correct. Let us look at page 246.
246.
Yes, page 246, paragraph 213.
246.
Paragraph 213.
That KEMSA TNT placed an order of 10.2 million nets on wombo.org website, and procurement was subsequently done in line with the technical specifications provided by the Ministry of Health.
So the nets were eventually procured, correct or not correct?
They were eventually procured.
And it took the interventions of global funds to procure them, correct?
Correct.
And that you'll look at paragraph 215, yes?
Yes, I'm there.
Read it out.
Further, prior to the cancellation of the tender, differences arose between Global Fund team and the immediate former PS, State Department of Public Health, and professional standards with regard to the operations and ongoing
Have played a role in the final statement you've just read? It has nothing to do with the Deputy President. Let us now finally answer your issues at page 271. 271.
Page.
Yes, and read loudly paragraph 24 and 25.
271. Paragraph.
24 and 25.
The committee, that is 24, the committee observed that following the termination of the tender, while there was no apparent loss of public funds.
Just read it loudly.
The committee observed that following the termination of the tender, while there was no apparent loss of public funds,
there was no apparent loss of?
lost USD 455,589.4, approximately 70 million in procurement fees.
The report from the Senate indicates there was no loss of public funds, correct?
Let me read this paragraph again so that we are
yes,
together.
Proceed.
The committee observed that following the termination of the tender, while there was no apparent loss of public funds,
just put a full stop there. Pause. What has the committee observed?
No public funds lost.
No public funds lost. In your investigations, separate investigations that you conducted, did you arrive at the same conclusion?
Yeah.
So let us look at paragraph 25.
25 years.
Yes, read it out.
The committee observed that the cancellation of the tender appeared to have been influenced by Global Fund's apparent effort to exert significant control over the procurement process from the beginning to the end.
Thank you. What occasioned the cancellation?
The cancellation of the tender appeared to have been influenced by the Global Fund's apparent effort to exert significant control over the procurement process.
Is there any evidence indicating that for this assembly, to that respect?
The evidence I have.
No, any evidence that any of them were involved?
On this report? Or my evidence?
This report.
On this report, no, but my evidence is.
Let us go to the next paragraph, yeah? This concluded that Global Funds teams based in Geneva, Switzerland, 3 times during the government. Just read it out.
That is paragraph 25?
Yes, the same paragraph.
Okay. The committee observed that cancellation of the tender appeared to have been influenced by Global Fund's apparent effort to exert significant control over the procurement process from the beginning to the end. This included Global Fund team based in Geneva, Switzerland, making multiple trips to Nairobi, Kenya, at least 3 times during the relevant period, raising concerns about
Organization, correct? To Mr. Witness.
222.
And while you get there, you look at paragraph 105, 107, page 222.
Paragraph
107. Would you kindly read it out?
107. It is further her testimony that, I don't know whose testimony this is.
Yeah, that is a testimony of the submissions of Terry Ramathani, immediate CEO.
Okay.
Yes, you find that at page 219. Yeah, but now I'm interested in paragraph 107.
Autonomy.
The authority has struggled to maintain its autonomy, yes?
Owing to the undue influence.
Owing to undue interference
by the Cabinet Secretary.
from the Cabinet Secretary for Health, yes, post. Who was the Cabinet Secretary for Health at the time in issue?
Oh, we can check that one.
Yeah, who was? This regime has only had two Cabinet Secretaries.
Let me just confirm from my records here. Because she did a letter to us, so.
Council Jiro.
The name is
Just hold on, witness.
This is Wafula.
Hold on, Mr. Abdi.
Yeah, sir.
Council Jiro.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I thought when you're cross-examining a witness, you cross-examine on the evidence they've given. You totally abandoned his evidence.
Those are not the rule of cross-examination, Mr. Speaker, sir. I respectfully beg to differ.
The reason why the witness has difficulties.
He doesn't have difficulties in the speaker.
No, he has.
No, I am asking him to read. Okay, I will be guided.
Proceed, if that's your line of argument, proceed.
Thank you for giving the latitude. Who was the Cabinet Secretary at the time the bid was being cancelled?
She's Nakumicha.
Nakumicha.
Wafula.
Has the Senate found that what occasioned all these cancellations?
I would want to confine my, which paragraph?
Paragraph 107, and I want to finish up with you.
Okay. Paragraph 107, it was further her testimony that the authority had struggled to maintain its autonomy owing to the undue interference from the Cabinet Secretary for Health. For instance, she stated that on 22nd March 2023, she received a note from the CS asking her to assist a certain Mr. Ken Ogola.
She received a note from the CS asking the CEO to assist one Ken Ogola, correct?
As per this statement, yes.
Have you seen any company associated with the Deputy President being accused of these interferences?
No.
Let's go to your bundle as I finish up, volume 8A. Any evidence from volume 8A that you've brought that links? That links the Deputy President's company to the cancellation of the tender?
Yes.
Look at your paragraph, look at your letter. Your letter dated 23rd September, and look at the recommendations.
Yes.
What are you recommending?
We are recommending for admin action against the KEMSA officials and the Ministry of Health officials. There is a pending issue.
It's okay. I want you to limit yourself to what I am asking in that respect.
Yes.
You are recommending administrative action to KEMSA officials.
Yes.
Correct?
Correct. But the file is
in that particular paragraph, any recommendation for the prosecution of the company in issue? In that particular paragraph?
The file is still open.
It's okay.
As per these recommendations,
you brought the documents here. We are dealing with what you have brought, not what you have in the office.
Yes.
Any recommendation in respect of that company?
No.
Thank you. Let us go to a letter dated 21st August, correct?
Of my bundles?
Of your bundles.
By who?
The EACC bundles, the one that you're just looking at. Okay. Don't leave volume 8A. You can see the letter dated 21st August, correct?
Just a minute.
Of the law, correct?
Correct.
A person who is in breach of the law, what happens to him or her?
There are many ways of dealing with that. We can charge.
The law sanctions that act, correct?
Exactly.
Do you know what sanction was given to Terry?
I wouldn't know, but
Do you know that she's now currently the ambassador to New Delhi?
That was not our expectation. We
I know.
Administrative action taken against the lady.
So, did any person either the chief executive officer report to you that he has received any intimidation, harassment, bullying from
No.
the office of the deputy president?
No.
Yeah?
No.
Did you receive any
not
complaint?
Not we SEC.
Did you receive any complaint?
No.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Witness, finally, where do you place your evidence in these proceedings?
In these proceedings, I place my evidence on the conflict of interest bit.
Conflict of interest.
Which I said, personal interest.
It's okay that you said, and I understand the law.
Allow me to finish, please.
So show me in the notice of motion, I put it to you, that in the notice of motion, there is no charge as against the deputy president for conflict of interest. Does that surprise you, that there is no such a charge?
It doesn't.
Thank you. No further questions.
Counsel for the National Assembly, you may re-examine the witness.
Now, Mr. Witness, only one more question. Between your statement that you have made and the Senate's report, which one do you want us to rely on? Which one? There are only two options. It's either your report or the report by the Senate. Don't give me an explanation.
I can stand by my report.
So we disregard the report by the Senate, correct?
I didn't tell you that. I didn't say that.
We disregard the report by the Senate. Is that the contempt that you have for this House?
I can only stand by my evidence, which I can prove in any forum.
Has that report by the Senate indicated any investigations on the ground of favorism, conflict of interest, and gifts?
No, I haven't gone through the report, so I wouldn't want to
Counsel,
Thank you.
Are you done?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, but you're addressing me.
Are you done?
Yes, I am done.
Take your seat.
I'm most obliged.
Mr. Speaker, I believe I had around 4 minutes, 5 minutes.
Go to counsel. Now, I'm afraid, counsel, your time is up. However, you have 2 hours to cross-examine the deputy president. That's where you can borrow from.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to borrow 10 minutes in respect of this witness.
Laura, proceed.
Mr. Mahmoud, do you still have the bundle of volume 3?
Yes.
Do you still have volume 3 from the, it's a bigger volume than that.
Yeah?
It's a bigger volume.
Oh.
Let me take you to page 236 of that report. Of that bundle, sorry.
$236.
236.
Yes, I'm there.
You're there.
Yes.
Go to paragraph 188 and inform the Senate
I'm there.
what the Senate stated in that report, in that paragraph.
So 188, at the financial evaluation, the evaluation committee, the following bidders, the evaluation committee, I think there's a word missing, the following bidders for award. Item 001, that is mosquito nets treated, rectangular polythene. Number 1 is Shobika Impex Private Limited. Piece.
So bidder number 2, Shobika Impex Private Limited, was recommended for award at a price of USD 9 million.
Correct.
So there was indeed a recommendation by the evaluation committee for an award to Shobika Impex.
Correct.
And it is contained in the report of the Senate.
Correct.
Confirm also that what you've been taken through by my learned friend are the various testimonies of the witnesses who appeared before the Senate. And those testimonies ran from page 202 all the way to page 265. Is that correct?
202, yes, that's correct.
So what counsel has done is to give you the various contestations by the witnesses who came before the Senate. Is that correct?
Correct.
What is important is the recommendations and the observations of the Senate, which is contained in pages 266 to 274.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And allow me to just highlight 3 of the observations which were taken out by the Senate. Look at page 267. Page 267, under the rubric
Yes. Which
in
paragraph?
regards to the tender specifications.
Which paragraph?
Page 267, title B.
Title B, in regard to the tender specifications.
The Senate picked out the tender specifications as an issue, which emerged, correct?
Correct.
Go to page 268.
I'm there.
They also picked out the issue of extension of the tender.
Yes.
And in particular, read to the Senate, paragraph 16(1). Paragraph 16(1).
One. The sequence of events leading to the extension appeared solicited and mischievous
As evidenced by
the following.
The Senate is saying that the extension appeared solicited and mischievous, and they then go ahead to give reasons.
Yes.
6 reasons, actually.
Sure.
Hyphenated. And then they also pick out under D the manner in which KEMSA evaluated the tender. Is that correct?
Correct.
So this report of the Senate rhymes with your observations in all material respects. Is that not so?
Correct.
At paragraph E, the Senate then discusses the process which led to cancellation. It's titled cancellation of the tender. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they say that though there was no loss of funds, KEMSA lost 70 million shillings
Yes.
in procurement fees.
Yeah. Paragraph 24. Yes.
So in all material respects, this report rhymes with the report of the ESCC.
That is correct.
And there is no reason for you to disown it. You've also been told that conflict of interest is not an issue which has been raised by the mover of the motion.
Correct.
To the best of your knowledge, does the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Act, Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, have a clause on conflict of interest and makes it an offense?
Yeah, it does. The Leadership and Integrity Act also does. Yeah.
I will identify to the Senate during my submissions the relevant section which is contained in the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mahmood. And we wish to close with this witness, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. We will now move to allow honorable senators to ask questions or seek clarifications. Starting with the senator for Nairobi City County. Senator Eddy.
Mr. Speaker, I've got 2 quick clarification questions, one from the witness and then one from the counsel who cross-examined the witness. Mr. Abdi, you have indicated to this Senate that eventually of all the 17 companies that did bid for this tender, all of them eventually got all their bid bonds and documents back. However, the witness that appeared before us, called Mr. Mulwa, indicated that on the 11th of July 2023, he received a phone call from the Deputy President to be able to come and collect the bid bond for Shobika, specifically from EACC. I want to know, when did the other 16 companies get their bid bonds from EACC? Did they get it at the same date that the former witness indicated that he waited for 5 hours from EACC, or did they get them from EACC at a variable date? Then lastly, Mr. Speaker, the counsel for the Deputy President has heavily relied on the Senate report. And if you look at page 218 all the way to page 230, it is submissions to Senate by different individuals. Counsel, do submissions itemized by individuals who appeared before Senate, in your best understanding, amount to Senate's finding and resolutions, in your best understanding? And what do you make of page 275 of Senate recommendations and not findings? Because you did indicate to this House that those were Senate findings. Are they findings, or are they submissions of individuals to the Senate of Kenya? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mungatana.
Asante sana Bwana Spika. Swali langu kwa mshahidi. Umeelezea bunge la Senate ya kwamba wafanyikazi wa serikali hawakubaliwi kuchukua pesa kama zawadi. Lakini wafanyikazi wa serikali wanakubaliwa kuchukua zawadi aina ingine. Na tena ukasema katika EACC kuna orodha ambayo mnaorodhesha kila kitu ambacho kinachukuliwa na mfanyikazi yoyote wa serikali. Tunajua kwamba makamu wa rais amekuwa mbele ya Kenya nzima akasema amepata ng'ombe kutoka kwa marafiki zake wa bonde la Ufa kama zawadi. Mimi nataka kukuuliza na uelezee hii bunge yetu ya Senate. Je, uko na orodha ya yote ya hizo ng'ombe za maziwa ambazo zilipatikana, ambazo anasema aliziorodhesha? Hiyo ndio swali yangu kwako. Asante.
Senator Jesang Alan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have 2 questions that I would like to ask the Council of His Excellency, the Deputy President, to tell the House why was it the Deputy President calling the CEO of KEMSA asking for a release of the bid bond and not the CEO of Crystal Company, yet he's not an employee or a director of the said company. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, I equally want to ask the Council of the Deputy President to enlighten me and prove to this House that on how the call by the Deputy President to the CEO of KEMSA pertaining a bid bond that was in process of a contract, not a conflict of interest. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'd also like to ask the Council if the Deputy President knows that He's not a regional leader, but a national leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the DP's counsel. Now, I saw you trying to cross-examine the witness before us on a report of the Senate, which I believe he has not interacted with. And again, the motion that was before the House and also the National Assembly. What are you trying to drive out of that? I thank you.
Senator Joyce Korir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. My question is, I wanted to know what informed the extension of time, the change of dates from the extension of time from during the procurement process. Thank you.
Senator Karungo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My question to Mr. Abdi. You receive a letter from the Health Ministry on 11th May 2023. Then in your wisdom, you replied 16 months later, when the CS has even left the office. My question, and that is 5 months after the Senate looks into the issue and comes with a report. Are you part of the conspiracy? Don't answer me, answer your children.
Senator Sigei.
Honorable Speaker, the question I intended to ask has already been asked by my colleague, Senator Mogatana, so I do not need to waste the time.
Senator Kibwana. And honorable senators, you know, when you're given an opportunity to seek clarification or ask a question, it is not a moment to get a TikTok clip. Please, this is a very serious matter. Proceed. Let us not embarrass this House. Proceed, Senator Hamida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, to Mr. Abdi, I just wanted a clarification whether EACC, when EACC conducts their investigation, are they guided by other investigations? Because through the cross-examination, I think it was vis-a-vis the parliament investigation. So I think these are two different investigations. So I wanted that clarification, whether you are guided by Parliament, because the Parliament are not experts. That's why we always bring in or loop in EACC to assist us with the investigation. Number two, would you call it a bribe if a gift is not declared, you know, or gifts in a public office? Would you call it a bribe? Just the last one to the council. How do you cross-examine what someone came and said, but not exactly specific findings of the Senate? Because I found it a bit contradicting. Because the resolutions of the Senate is based on committees' observation and recommendations, but not investigations. Thank you.
Senator Kathuri.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, mine is not to the council or to the witness, but to the remarks which has been given out here by Senator Karungo Dhangwa. Mr. Speaker, I don't know whether you heard what he said, and I do not associate myself as a senator, honorable senator, with those remarks to a witness appearing before the Senate, that please don't answer me, answer your children. Mr. Speaker, that should be expunged from the records of the Senate and from the answer, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable senators. Senator Karungo, that is unparliamentary and totally out of order. Proceed to retract that statement, failure to which the chair will rule. Mr. Speaker, as I withdraw, this session is viewed by everybody. At home, our children too. Mr. Speaker. Senator Karungo, I never give you an opportunity to make a speech. Retract or you allow me to make a ruling. Okay, Mr. Speaker, I retract. Take your seat. I withdraw, and please answer me. Take your seat, Senator Karungo, please. Senator Keroche Tabitha.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And as a mother, I think I've also felt I'm hurt with Senator Karungo. But because it has been ruled, thank you. We should never, ever. I know we had a meeting, closed door meeting before we started this. And we all agreed we are going to behave. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Proceed to seek clarification.
Mine is to the Abdi. My question is to the Abdi on whatever you're trying to do on the procurement irregularities. But my question is, are you doing to the others, because there are a lot of complaints on the procurement departments in all the ministries. So I hope this continues to everywhere. Thank you.
Senator Richard Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to ask Mr. Abdi this question. In your observation, maybe in just a paragraph, what do you interpret happened about this tender from its inception, in terms of the procurement, in terms of the management of the exercise and the conclusion, as an officer whose responsibility is actually to investigate if there was any breakage of the law, and if necessary, make recommendations to the DPP. What conclusion did you reach when you were analyzing this matter? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Karen Nyamu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dr. Mulwa, before this House, implicated the Deputy President in a scandal of the 3.7 billion KEMSA deal. In your own investigation, can you corroborate what Dr. Mulwa has claimed before this House? Thank you.
Senator Tom Ojenda.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, my question is different. I want to ask the previous, the advocate who spoke or presented the Kenya Kwanza agreement, my learned friend, to clarify a few issues. Mr. Yes, Council, can you clarify from the agreement, the Kenya Kwanza agreement, whether there are any shares for the following counties? Please note this. This is important. Kisumu County, Siaya County, Migori County, Homa Bay County, Kitui County, Mombasa County, Vihiga County, Mandera County, Marsabit County, Trans Nzoia, West Pokot, Lamu, and Nairobi County. I just want to know whether, and this is important because the legal crinkum crankum, the twist and turns in this is that you will then interpret, Council, whether the agreement violates Article 210(2)(b) of the Constitution, inclusivity, diversity, discrimination, and the obligation of the President under Article 131. Lastly, Council, please just tell us whether, in your view, the relationship between the Deputy President and the President, because you played the two clips under Kenya Kwanza, has broken down irretrievably. That will help us. Thank you.
Senator Essie Okanyure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would wish to seek more information from Mr. Abdi on was it in order for the bid bond document to be released while there was an ongoing investigation? And secondly, did EACC clear Madam Terry Ramadan as the ambassador? Thank you.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a few things to clarify from EACC. One, did you find it necessary to record a statement from Crystal and Shobika in that probe? Because they had been mentioned. Were they entities of interest in the investigation? Secondly, has Shobika ever done any business with KEMSA or with Global Fund before the case on record? In your own investigations, did you find that? In your letter, I see you have recommended administrative action against the CEO, the acting director of procurement, and 2 procurement officers. I see no recommendation of any action, not necessarily by KEMSA, against Crystal or against Shobika. And I think that's in line with your own recommendation that in this case on record, there was no public funds lost, and eventually the bid was returned. So in your own investigation, what is at issue here? I thank you.
Senator Mofaya.
I don't know whether this, Honorable Speaker, I want to know from the witness from the EACC. I've listened to his evidence, and I would want to know, on behalf of the whole House, whether the contract for mosquito nets, which was drawn out of interference, because I have captured those confessions from him. So my question is, Honorable Speaker, can he connect the company associated with the DP, with the withdrawal of that contract? Number 2, Honorable Speaker, I have also listened to Mr. Morwa, Dr. Morwa. One would want to know, is it normal for ordinary CEO to come and camp in your office for 5 hours?
Senator Muma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question to the witness is that we've been told by Dr. Mulwa that the people of Kenya lost money, they lost time, they lost the number of nets they were going to get, and services to people. Now, does EACC end at just saying you recommend administrative action? Now, who takes responsibility for the loss of all of that the people of Kenya did? And what responsibility is taken in respect of tinkering with the procurement in order to give it to the wrong person for it to be found not to have been correct? Honorable Speaker, one more question to council, now that Professor Ojenda has asked, I want to take opportunity to ask Council Masharia, you referred to the Political Parties Act, Schedule 3, as the instrument with which you allege that the shareholding, in your view, that was being spoken about is contained in the coalition government of Kenya Kwanza. Can you give us the exact provisions of Schedule 3 of the Political Parties Act that says that shareholding can be done on development projects in Kenya?
Senator Mugo. Senator Mugo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the Excellency Deputy President's Council as to whether the Deputy President, in his own conscience, realized that this shareholding narrative is really going negative, and what did he do about it? Or he just went all the way up to where things are now without he himself realizing that it is going the wrong way?
Senator Jonyut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very briefly, just want to ask the witness, Mr. Abdi. He has stated that as per their investigation, ESCC, that the closing date was moved for this tender, particular tender, was moved from the 23rd of February 2023 to 10th of March in order for the process to favor Shobika, whose local agent was Christo. Can you clarify, Mr. Abdi, whether this extension of the tender period was due to the late delivery of bid bond, because you said that the tender was also attached to a bid bond that was late? Was the reason the late delivery of the bid bond, or the specifications of the long-lasting net from synergist peronil, something like that, but side to pyrethroid? Exactly what was the reason? Was it late delivery of bid bond or the specification? Number two, Mr. Abdi, you have indicated that the authority did not prefer any charges against the officers of KEMSA and the PS herself. Is that the right thing that EACC was supposed to do, or it should have preferred charges against these errant, in quotes, officers? And finally, why were the companies that were eventually given the tender or awarded the tender by Global FAD, why had they initially been disqualified by KEMSA? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Lelegwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I would like to seek clarifications from the Advocate of the National Assembly in reference to Ground 11, which pertains to gross misconduct bullying. You have alleged that that His Excellency, the Deputy President, exerted undue pressure on officials of Kenya Medical Supplies Agency in order to secure a tender for supply of mosquito nets to Crystal Limited, a company purportedly associated with him. Now, upon reviewing the documentation provided, I have noted that 17 companies submitted bids for this tender, yet it was ultimately not awarded to any of them. Given these findings, may I inquire from you whether it will be correct to assert that this particular ground lacks sufficient substantiation, considering that no award was made in respect to the tender in question? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chimera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Three quick issues to the witness. I wish to refer the witness to page 17 of his own document. And I know he is a very serious investigator, Speaker, but the document on page 17, dated 16th July 2014, as tabled here, is so naked and so casual, and it's purportedly coming from the Pest Control and Products Board. There is no letterhead as to confirm the authenticity of this document, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how the witness intends to allow the Senate to authenticate this document. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, is on his allegation on the conflict of interest on the part of the DP insofar as this tender is concerned. Is it your contention that the mere fact Crystal Kenya Limited is the local agent of one of the bidders in this tender, then that will suffice to be conflict of interest enough on the part of the DP because the owner of that company assigns to the DP? And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the witness has been cross-examined by my learned colleague, counsel for the DP, largely on contents of the Senate Standing Committee on Health report, as opposed to his own documents. Do you want it to go on record that you want to rely on that report as your evidence in chief, or should the Senate rely on your documents as tabled under volume 8A of your own documents? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Shakil Abdallah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to Mr. Abdi. How many more charges against the deputy before the EACC apart from the KEMSA? Thank you.
Senator Aaron Cheriot.
Mr. Speaker, just a quick question to Abdi of EACC. This issue of the bid bond, Mr. Speaker, listening to the former acting CEO, there's something curious about it which I want Abdi to either confirm or help us understand. That there was something peculiar. You know, Mr. Speaker, when you hear about pagination, if you know anything about tenders, you know for a fact that if there's an issue on pagination, either it is not just an issue of forgetting to page or number the pages, Mr. Speaker, but that document may either have been added later on after the tendering process was concluded, or, Mr. Speaker, it was defective. What was the real issue, according to their investigation, with regards to the bid bond that was submitted by this specific company? Secondly, Mr. Speaker, what in his assessment will he say is a reading of the donor community when you have such important programs interfered with as such that the donor communities themselves end up cancelling such important programs? And what are they recommending? Finally, Mr. Speaker, is to Advocate Ndegwa Njiru. He asked the witness earlier which of the report would he, that this House believes, that of the Senate or of the EACC. I'd wish to pose the same question to him. I thank you.
Senator Murango.
Asante sana mstahiki Spika. Swali langu litaenda kwa Bwana Abdi. Kwa sababu anayehukumiwa hapa ni naibu wa rais, tungetaka kujua kwamba kwa sababu mlifanya uchunguzi, ni kesi ngapi ama kuna kesi yote ambayo EACC imepeleka mahakamani ili naibu wa rais aweze kuhukumiwa? Jambo la pili, wakati kulikuwa naibu wa rais alikuwa anachunguzwa katika bunge la kitaifa, kuna ushahidi wote ambao wewe uliwasilisha katika bunge la kitaifa? Na kama hukuwasilisha, kwa nini umeamua kuwasilisha tu nyumba la seneti na sio bunge la kitaifa? Na ya mwisho, katika zabuni ambayo ilikuwa ni ya viandarua vya mbu ambayo naibu wa rais anasemekana alihusika nayo, tungetaka tujue ya kwamba kwa sababu ile zabuni ilikuwa imeghairiwa na KEMSA, na kwa hivyo dhamana ya zabuni ambayo ni bid bond kwa kimombo ilikuwa inafaa kurudishwa, tungetaka tujue kama hiyo dhamana ya zabuni ilirudishwa ama iliitishwa, ingekuwa inasaidia naibu wa rais na nini, ama kungekuwa na manufaa gani ya kurudisha dhamana ya zabuni kama ulivyorudisha zingine 17? Hiyo ndio ningetaka kujua. Asante sana Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mogene.
Yes, Bwana Abdi, on this issue of irregular procurement of malaria nets with KEMSA, you know, you have given us documents that basically point to some recommendation for administrative action to be taken against a number of officers. But you know, what is of our concern today is companies associated with the DP. Can you tell us anything that you found irregular around the subject matter that concerns us this, this afternoon? That is the companies associated with the Deputy President, Bwana Acting Deputy CEO. Thank you.
Senator Boni.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are lucky that the EACC is here with us. And there are serious allegations that have been raised that require investigations. Could the CEO, the deputy, confirm if indeed there are investigations taking place on your own motion on the following issues? One, on the activities of this intricate web of companies by the Deputy President, on the issue of the disinheritance of the orphans and wife of his late brother, His Excellency Nderitu Gachagua. 3, on the alleged insubordination of the President. And finally, if there are investigations on the role that His Excellency the Deputy President played in the infamous Gen Z uprising that occurred in June. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Cheranke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 quick questions. Like an eye of a military marksman. 1, I need clarification on Section 14 on cultural gifts. Especially some of us, when in our community, when we respect you, we give you cows. Does it qualify within the meaning of Section 14? Number 2, I've seen administration action against KEMSA officials and ministry officials and KEMSA. Since you recommended administrative action, have you gotten feedback from KEMSA? And number 2, did you recommend any action against companies? And finally, are there any active investigations by EACC against the person of Rigathi Gachagua or against the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mutinda Tabitha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine is to the Council for the National Assembly. You have presented before this House 2 witnesses, Mr. Abdi and the previous one, Dr. Mulwa. Dr. Mulwa before this House stated that there was no loss in regards to this procurement process. Mr. Abdi's report indicates very clearly that there was no loss of public funds. Would you tell this House, between your 2 witnesses, who is telling the truth, who is not telling us the truth? Secondly, EACC, as far as Crystal Limited is concerned, have you established any evidence that shows that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya benefits directly or indirectly from this particular company? And lastly, my colleague asked about the former CEO, Ramadan. You had recommended action to be taken. In your report also, you indicate that she violated Article 10. Does it end there, Mr. Abdi? Because she's now working in a different capacity, what action are you supposed to take, or do you intend to take? Do you do recommendations and not adhere to them? What's the conclusion as far as this kind of reports are concerned from your office? Mr. Speaker, I ask this because Kenyans sometimes say that the Senate does not do oversight. We do not really take action, but we recommend. And this is now the situation that we find ourselves in, that your recommendations that
Senator Montet Batuli.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would wish to ask the CEO, what did the EAC, what is EAC planning to, is EAC planning to press charges on any of these companies that you say that you've investigated and found that they had interfered either through their agents with this particular tender? And if not, are you planning to do it, and when are you planning to do it?
Senator Veronica.
Just a quick clarification. Can you confirm or clarify whether these investigations have been closed by EACC in respect of this procurement at KEMSA, and whether there are any further persons of interest whom you have sanctioned or issued any notices of prosecution or anything of that sort beyond the letters that are attached to the affidavit? And in the course of your investigation, did you bother to find out what was the content of the phone calls that the acting CEO of KEMSA said was used to intimidate or cause pressure to him? Did you investigate the contents of that phone call?
Witness, you may now proceed to respond. Proceed, witness, to respond. Proceed to respond, witness. Order, honorable senators. If you have noticed, Honorable Seki, Honorable Seki, Honorable Seki, this hearing will terminate beyond midnight today. Let the witness respond to the queries that have been sought. Thereafter, we'll go for another round. Is there any problem? Honorable Seki, you're out of order. You're out of order. And I'm asking you to leave the chamber immediately. You cannot. You cannot direct the chair on what to do. Honorable Seki, unless you apologize, I'm going to throw you out of the chamber. You cannot say the chair is biased. If you've noticed, we've been going on lots. One lot, the witness answers, then I go for another lot. Honorable Seki, unless you apologize, I rule you out of order, and I'm going to throw you out. Proceed. You either apologize or I throw you out. Honorable Seki, you apologize or I throw you out.
You know, you as a speaker, I have come to a desk. I have a representation of Kajiado people. I have a right to speak in this assembly.
Just
you should
like
not
senator.
seems to be biased.
Honorable Seki, you either apologize or I'm going to rule you out of order and I'm going to throw you out.
You know, I've never stood on this.
Just apologize. We need you.
Order, honorable senators, order.
Let me just apologize.
Of course, but that's how. Honorable Seki, I have not heard the apology. Honorable Seki, you either proceed to apologize to the chair or you exit the chamber. Proceed. The floor is yours, Honorable Seki.
I apologize.
Take your seat. Now, Honorable Seki, Honorable Chute, and Honorable Omtata, you're totally out of order, pursuant to Standing Order 121, and I'm cautioning you. The first caution for the day. Honorable Chute, every senator here is elected to represent their people. If you notice from yesterday, we are going with lots. There is no senator who is more important than the other. Proceed, witness.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I may not have captured the exact names of the honorable senators, but I will deal with the questions as they were asked. So the first question was to do with when did the other companies get back their documents and the dates the companies got their documents. I'm not sure of the exact date when these documents were returned, but procedurally, we only focus mainly on the company that we are investigating either for procurement irregularities or certain issues. Like, for example, in this particular case, Shobika was the special company that we were looking at, and that was the reason why that particular one was identified, because the bid document actually had challenges, as I had indicated in my evidence in chief. Then we come to Honorable Mungatana, issues of gifts and the cows. Now, as I had indicated, gifts that are of value of more than 20,000 shillings are supposed to be handed in and declared by all public officers, including state officers. For this specific matter, we have not investigated as to the existence of the material, cows that are in this particular issue. But if indeed cows have been donated to any public officer, those donations are supposed to be donated to the state. And the officer within 48 hours is supposed to hand over that donation to the institution that employs him. So that is my take on that. Then we had the issue of extension of time for the bid bond. Now, as I had indicated previously, the closing date for this particular tender was supposed to be on 23rd February. Bid bonds are supposed to be attached, or they're supposed to be part of the bid document, the tender document. In this particular case, the bid bond was hand-delivered to the CEO in her office when the tender documents were already inserted in the respective tender boxes. So for that reason, extension had to be found in order to have that document be part of the tender document of that particular company, which is Shobika. So that led to the extension, and that was instigated by the permanent secretary, who did a letter, which is in our documents, directing the CEO of KEMSA to extend the date of closure of the tender from 23rd February to 10th March. Now, that is the issue which made the bid bond, the date of extension to be extended, the date of closure to be extended. Now, let me come to investigations by various bodies created by the Constitution. Now, investigations will either be in terms of course, each institution has its own mandate as far as the Constitution or the legislation or the statute that created it is concerned. Now, when it comes to criminal investigation, and specifically issues to do with leadership and integrity, issues to do with corruption, that responsibility lies with the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. Now, other institutions, other constitutional bodies can do their own investigation, but they will if, for example, they are recommending for criminal charges, those recommendations have to be made to the respective institution that is mandated to charge people or to investigate criminal cases, like the DCI or the ESCC. So it depends on the mandate of the institution and what is the focus of that particular investigation. But for example, if it is the PPDA, the Public Procurement and Disposal Authority, they do not have powers to charge people in court, or rather to recommend to the DPP to have people charged in court. What do? They have to do a recommendation to either the DCI or to the ESCC to investigate the criminality of that particular issue. So I just want to indicate that it depends on the institution and the mandate of that institution. But when it comes to criminal investigations, there are specific institutions that are mandated to conduct criminal investigations. Issues to do with the declaration of gifts, I think that one I addressed in my earlier submission, that gifts that are more than 20,000 are declarable, and they have to be entered in the registers. And after the end of every financial year, the institution has to actually declare to the ESCC of the existence of that gift. Now, the issue of what was our finding or our conclusion when you look at the whole matter and our perception, or rather, what would be our conclusion that we reached. Now, when you look at this particular tender, first, it is an international tender that was floated as an open tender to international companies. Companies bidded, but there is a specific company that has a local agent here, which is Shobika, that did not conform to certain procurement requirements as per the tender document. Because when tenders are floated, that tender has got specific instructions or directions to the people who are bidding. If, for example, you are supposed to do, if you are supposed to do pagination, it has to be indicated there. If you have to do, for example, in ink, it has to be there. So anything that goes outside what was provided for in the tender document is actually considered as irregular. And of course, the disqualification should apply. So this one, it was a tender that was badly handled, and I wouldn't want to indicate why it was handled that way, but from the look of it, there must have been some pressure somewhere. That is my own view as an investigator, because when you see procurement officers deliberately going out of the requirements, because they know the law, there are only two conclusions that you can make. One, they were bribed. Two, there was an influence that was coming from other quarters. Mainly, those are the two reasons from our experience. So that is my conclusion. I wouldn't want to delve into the conclusion of Dr. Mulwa, because he gave evidence before this House, Honorable House, and his evidence is there. Now, the issue of Terry Ramadan and her status, I think ours was, and whether we actually received feedback. As seen in our documents, we did a letter to the Ontario Ramadani. Let me refer to the documents. We did to the chairman, the chairperson of the board of directors of KEMSA. And we gave him the reasons why we think, or it was our view, that action should be taken, disciplinary action should be taken against this particular officer. As to why she's still in the public service, I wouldn't want to go there, because our responsibility, when it comes to administrative action, we tell the institution to take the disciplinary action.
Order, Senator Newton.
We do not have the powers
Senator
to compel,
Fernandez, take your seat.
for example, the PS, sorry.
Proceed, Abdi.
Thank you.
Mr. Abdi.
So we do not have the powers to compel the chairperson of, we don't have the compellence powers as far as administrative action is concerned. So I want to leave that for the honorable members to decide what to do with that. So I move on. Then the issue of reading of the donor community and what our view is. You know, if you may allow me, Honorable Speaker and the members, the medical, or rather the health sector, has faced serious challenges of corruption throughout this period. Throughout the period that I remember working at the ESCC, it is an area where a lot of donors are actually almost giving up in supporting our programs. And that has a serious repercussion. Because first, let's understand.
Mheshimiwa Speaker, in the past, with tremendous respect, with all the other witnesses, you have been indicating how much time they have to respond. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and my good friend here, the witness, you did not indicate how much time this honorable House is giving him to respond.
Thank you so much, Senior Counsel. That was courtesy of my good friend, Senator Seki. Now, witness, ordinarily we've been given 10 minutes to respond to clarifications sought and questions. So far, you have done 4 minutes and 13 seconds. Okay. You have 5 minutes and 47 seconds to conclude.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So that one I've dealt with. So the issue was, that was also raised is, which report do we stand by? As ESCC, we did an investigation and we submitted our report, the findings of the report, to this committee, to this honorable House, and that is the report we will always stand by and defend. The other issue that was raised was whether we had any case that we have investigated against the DPP and whether we have proposed charges or anything like that. That is, we have not investigated the Deputy President, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua. We have not investigated him for any criminal matter in the past. That is our position. Now, there was also the National Assembly hearing. Why we did not attend the National Assembly hearing and now we are attending the Senate. We were not invited to the first hearing. Yesterday, I was served with a summons of this House, and we are simply responding to that summons. As to why we were not invited in the other one, that I don't know, and we only respond to the summons that were issued. So then, Senator Omugeni, the companies associated with the DP, we've not investigated any company that is associated with the Deputy President so far, and that is our position. Then, Honorable Senator for Kakamega County, activities that are intricate web of suspected to be corruption. On all the items, Honorable Senator, that you have told us whether we have investigated, I think there are 5. We have not, because a report has not been made to us, and it is, we should not only wait for a report. I mean, we also have the powers to investigate on our own motion, but it is only after we analyze the reports as to whether they fit in within our mandate. Like, for example, if you deal with issues of inheritance, unless there's a criminal aspect on the inheritance bit, inheritance usually will be handled as a civil matter. And issues to do with intimidation, if the CEO of KEMSA had reported to us that he was actually intimidated by a state officer, we would go into it. Of course, you understand, all of us understand, how difficult it would be to open an investigation of that, that magnitude. But no complaint has been made to us. On the Gen Z uprising, also, we have no report. We know it happened, but as to the corruption bit of it, we do not have facts.
2 minutes to go.
Okay, thank you. So, gifts, I think I mentioned, I talked about it. I talked about them very clearly. Issues to do with whether we want to charge, we want to press charges against companies associated with the DP. We have not investigated. We can only recommend charges after investigation to the Director of Public Prosecution. That is our mandate. And the other one, of course, is intimidation by the CEO of KEMSA. I think I had addressed that one. Then finally is whether we want to prefer more charges or more sanctions against the persons involved, and on this matter, especially on criminal culpability. That the issue of criminal culpability is still open, and we will be inviting some people probably in the near future. But as of now, we dealt with the issues of administrative action against the individuals involved. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. If I may have not addressed 1 or 2 questions, it's
very well. Now we move to the second round. Senator Mtata.
Honorable Speaker, was there any clarification for us to respond to some questions that have been put to us?
Just listen to this note so that you...
Sugar is running a bit low. There are many questions.
It's running low to everybody.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Speaker, sir, to the witness from the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, I would like to ask whether the Kenya Kwanza Coalition document is unconstitutional and therefore null and void to the extent that its formula for sharing executive power violates Articles 10, 27, 129, 130, and 131 of the Constitution. Number 2, if that's the case, who is to blame for approving the unconstitutional coalition agreement that resulted in forming a government? Number 3, can you point this Senate to any hard evidence of criminal conduct which you have unearthed in your investigations against the Deputy President? And can you distinguish whether there's a circumstance where the Deputy President, or even me as a senator, can walk into a place and be given a gift that I don't have to declare, irrespective of the amount of the gift, because I engage officially and privately. So is there a situation whereby I can be given a gift of whatever magnitude that I don't have to declare? Thank you.
Senator Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me first of all thank Bwana Abdi for many years' service he has given to this country, and we highly respect him. I want to refer Abdi to ground number 11 and also to his documents, page 7. Ground number 11 says, His Excellency Rigathi Gachagua bullied Kenya Medical Supplies Agency officials into awarding a tender for supply of mosquito nets to Crystal Limited. And in your letter on page 7, the Commission, let me read, the Commission is of the opinion that the conduct of the CEO, Terry Ramadhani, amounts to violations of leadership and integrity act, particularly section 10 and 11. Mr. Abdi, today, as we speak, Terry Ramadhani is a deputy ambassador in India. And Mr. Mutuse, Honorable Mutuse, wants this house to get rid of the deputy president on the account of bullying somebody. Can you tell Kenyans, 50 million Kenyans today, as you stand there, do you want this house to impeach the president if you have already recommended some culprits to be given administrative, what do you call, action, and then you want us to impeach the president?
Senator Kamau. Githuku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask a question to the Deputy Chief Executive Officer. In the course of your investigation, is there anywhere that you have identified that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, who you want impeached, influenced any tender award? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
And the senator was elected by the people of Kajiado, Senator Seki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question goes to, or clarification goes to Abdi Mohammed. Mohammed, we have realized that there is a report from the ACC and a report from the Committee of Health of the Senate in regards to the, this issue of mosquito nets. I want to confirm that the contract was cancelled and the funds were not lost. I want you to demonstrate the role of this agent by the name Crystal Kenya Limited in relations to the Deputy President's office and more so Rigathi Gachagua. Thank you very much.
Senator Miraj. Okay, if you don't have any question, then log out. You may now proceed, and thereafter we'll have an opportunity for the counsel for the Deputy President to respond to the clarification sought.
Thank
5
you.
minutes.
Thank
Abdi,
you.
have 5 minutes.
Honorable Speaker, in fact, I'll take less than 5 minutes. Senator Omutata, I think he raised the issue of whether the agreement of the Kenya Kwanza document or Kenya Kwanza government document is unconstitutional. I think that one is only the courts that can actually find whether that document is unconstitutional or not. It's not within my ability or power, or rather to comment about the constitutionality or otherwise, and whether the document is null and void, and whether it contravenes certain articles of the Constitution. The second one was who is to blame for drawing unconstitutional agreements or documents. I think that is also something that can be tried in court in my view. If anybody suspects whether this document is constitutional or not, I think the best thing to do is to try it in our courts, and they will, of course, give directions on what can be done. Now, the other one was whether we have investigated any criminal conduct against the DP. I think I had indicated clearly that we have not investigated the Deputy President for any criminal culpability or any criminal case as far as EACC is concerned. Senator Chute, thank you very much for the compliment. I appreciate. Now, the issue of bullying of KEMSA officers or staff, I think that came from the CEO himself, and he gave evidence in this House that will be considered by the House, whether it is something that can stand the test or not. As for Terry Ramadan, we did our bit in terms of recommending this lady to be disciplinary action be taken against her for her role in this particular procurement. But because I indicated we don't have the compellence powers to enforce disciplinary or administrative action, I leave it at that. And whether our recommendation is for the impeachment of the DP, ours was to respond to the summons that was given to us by this Honorable House. It is for the House to do, that is their job. I wouldn't want to go there. We never recommended, I don't want to go there. Then whether there was anywhere where the DP influenced any tender, no, we do not have that, and we never submitted that. All that we said is what I'm going to say in the next response, which was raised by the Honorable Senator for Kajiado County, about the role of Crystal Kenya Limited and the connection between that company and the Honorable Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. From the documents that we have and which we supplied, it is clear that this company, the directors are two sons of the Deputy President. Each one of them owns 200 shares. They are the only directors of that particular company. And that is the nexus between the Deputy President, Honorable Rigathi Gachagua, and that particular company. And that is our response as of now. So, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. That's it.
Counsel for the Deputy President, we'll give you 10 minutes, starting now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I'll share my minutes with my colleague Ndegonjiro. My questions are limited to the issue of the shareholder agreements. I'll be quick. The questions were asked by my learned senior and colleague and friend, Professor Jenda, Catherine Muma, and Senator Omtata. I'll begin with the questions by my learned senior, Mr. Ojenda, and I'll begin with the second question he asked. He asked, is the relationship between the President and the Deputy President irretrievably broken? That's not a legal question, but in my experience as a Kenyan, there is no such thing as an irretrievably broken political relationship. Members of Jubilee, a party I served as an advocate for, woke up in March 2018 to find their leader shaking hands with his opponent at Harambee House, and they subsequently found a way to work. A few months ago, the President and the Honorable former Prime Minister have found a way to work. There's no such thing as an irretrievable political relationship. Secondly, leadership constitutionally is not so much about how you feel. It is about your duty and your responsibility constitutionally. Your feelings must take a back seat to your duty to the people of Kenya. Secondly, I was asked about the counties. Now, when you look at these shareholder agreements, and again, if members will go with me to page 418, where you find the shareholder agreement between ANC, Ford Kenya, and UDA. Sorry? Oh, volume, sorry. I don't know how to increase the volume.
Council, sorry, Council, members, I'm getting a bit lost when you say UNDA. UNDA, if spelling in Swahili is UNDA.
No, UDA, sorry, I come from Mount Kenya.
United Democratic Alliance. If you use maybe the you first make clear.
I'm sorry.
That it is United Democratic Alliance.
Yes, I'm sorry. We use acronyms, I'm sorry. It's the United Democratic Alliance Party. The full name of Amani is Amani National Congress Party, and the full name for Ford Kenya is Ford Kenya Party. So their agreement at page 429, you will note, Professor Ojenda, it does not talk about counties. The agreements seem to have been structured in regions. It talked about region. Now, I don't know what they meant by those regions, but what I can tell you is that at paragraph 20.
Also, I will allow Mr. Abdi to have a seat somewhere as you conclude.
Yes, as I said, Honorable Senator for Kisumu, at page 429, which would be paragraph 20, subparagraph O. That's the first proviso there was. Further terms, parameters, and details of the sharing of positions of responsibility in the national government pursuant to this article shall be contained in a separate schedule to this agreement, which schedule shall be negotiated and executed before the date of the general election scheduled on 9th August 2022. So this was not a final agreement. My understanding is that there were further schedules. I don't know what those schedules said. They are not available at the Register of Political Parties. They may very well have included all the counties you asked for. Maybe Kisumu was in the subsequent schedule, I don't know. Secondly, the drafters of this, as I've said, were careful to stay within the confines of the Constitution, because at paragraph 22, subparagraph G, this is what they said. Notwithstanding the content of this article, the founding member parties hereby commit to make any adjustments that may be necessary to accommodate the development priorities of other parts of the country, to ensure equitable distribution of Kenya's national resources and wealth for the benefit of every citizen and every part of Kenya. So there was a proviso to ensure that the document was constitutional. And perhaps while I'm on that issue as well, I might as well answer my good friend Senator Mtata's question. I am not yet mercifully a judge. I cannot say whether the Kenya Kwanza coalition is unconstitutional. Somebody will have to move the court for that determination to be made. But what I did say was that in 2005, I had the privilege in participating in a case involving the MOU for NAC. And that one was struck down because the law had no underpinning making room for it. And which brings me to the question raised by Senator Catherine Muma, which is the political parties section. There's actually not one, there's several. If you would go to Schedule 3, subparagraph C, B, D, and E. Let me read them out for you. So B deals with the policies and objectives of the coalition. That's B. D deals with organizational structure and management of the coalition, including county structures and systems and county government bodies, which you'll also find in these agreements. And then C, the overall structure of the coalition. And then E, the criteria or formula for sharing of positions in the coalition. That's what it says. Positions in the coalition structure, roles,
Order,
and
order,
responsibilities
Senator Mumba.
within the coalition. So that's what it says. So most political coalitions have interpreted that to mean, and it's been healthy thus far. I think it's helped, in my view, this country become a bit more stable and united. And I think I've answered all those questions that had to do with the question of the shareholder agreements. Unless members had any clarification, I rest.
Thank you, Council, for DP. Council Ndegwa, you have something to pick, or do we conclude it at that?
Specific questions and clarifications. Noting at the mood of the House, perhaps I can indulge the House. I respond the same after lunchtime.
No. After lunch, we are going straight to your main witness.
Very well, Mr. Speaker, sir.
So what we can do, Council Ndegwa, allow me to invoke Standing Order 34.2A for the convenience of the House to add 5 minutes. So the House will rise at 1:05 instead of 1.
I am well guided by your wisdom.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, there were 2 questions for the National Assembly side to respond.
Okay,
2 questions.
then let's do this. Let's do this. Instead of the House rising at 1:05, we will rise at 1:15. So, Council Ndegwa, you'll take your 5 minutes, and then the rest shall be given to the Council for the National Assembly.
I am well guided, Mr.
Speaker, sir, the witness is asking if he can leave the
Absolutely.
platform.
He's discharged.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Speaker, sir. I was asked to clarify by Senator Joyce Carrill why I am dealing with the report from the Senate and what am I driving at. The report to the Senate is intended to indicate that none of the participants in that tendering process ever benefited from that particular process. All the 17 companies, none of them benefited, and that as a result or as a consequence of the failure to proceed to the next levels, the country did not lose even a single cent. A question was put to me why I am looking at the submissions by various parties and not going to the observations and the recommendations by the Senate. And just like a skillful legal surgeon, I have been able to point out various findings, submissions. For example, the submissions finding themselves at page 222, paragraph 107 and 106, 107 and 109 find themselves at the recommendation, at the observation of the Senate at page 271. So there is serious correlation between my findings as submitted by various parties who appeared before the Senate and the observations made by the Senate. So I dealt largely on what the Senate found as opposed to what the Senate had during the proceedings. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, clarification was sought as to why the bid failed. And although that will be dealt with at length, permit me to draw the attention of the Assembly to page 108 of the volume 3 of the Deputy President's Board of Documents. You'll find a letter from KEMSA dated the 5th May 2023, being a notification to Shobika Impex Private Limited. And it reads, The reference is made to the above tender and advised that the tender was unsuccessful due to the following reasons. 1, tender security was not paginated. Number 2, please plan to collect your bid security from the procurement office immediately. It may be of interest to note the date when this letter is being generated is the 5th of May. It will also be of interest to note when the alleged bullying and intimidation occurred. This letter precedes the alleged bullying, alleged intimidation. Number 2, Mr. Speaker, sir, this letter is voluntarily being issued and being generated by KEMSA themselves at their own intuition, as opposed to being triggered by any external officer, in this case, the person of the Deputy President. In their own volition, KEMSA triggers and invites Shobika to come and collect their bids, and on witness, Mr. Speaker, sir, the witness confirmed that this is always the end of a failed bid. Finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, permit me to draw the attention of the Assembly to the matter in issue. That is at page 36 of the volume 1 of the impeachment motion. The matter in issue that is subject for interrogation, Mr. Speaker,
45 seconds.
As I pen off, is not whether the tenders were responsive, whether the country lost any money, whether investigations were done, whether there was conflict of interest, whether there were gifts that accrued therefrom. The question in issue is, did the person of the Deputy President bully the officer? Was there evidence? So let us not lose ground or focus on the ground on the matter in issue, so that we focus and we put the train on rail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Counsel for the National Assembly, take us to the rise of the House.
Mr. Speaker, sir, how many minutes? 10?
You have 9
minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am here to respond on behalf of the National Assembly on only 2 questions. Mr. Speaker, sir, listening to the Deputy President's side, I believe they have misunderstood the nature and context of ground number 11. And there was a question by the Senator whether we have substantiated ground number 11 on bullying of KEMSA officials. Secondly, there was a question also on whether there was loss of public funds in this tendering process. Mr. Speaker, sir, allow me to answer the first question by mentioning that the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya is a high-ranking state official. The Republic of Kenya, the polity of the Republic of Kenya is based on certain fundamental national values and principles of governance. In addition, there are provisions on leadership and integrity. If you look at the provisions of Article 75, starting with 73, then you conclude with 75. There is an express prohibition on conflict of interest when it comes to all state offices. Now, to contextualize that question, you have to look at the purpose of impeachment. The Deputy President, being a high-ranking state officer, means that there is a constitutional process for bringing him into account to question his conduct. And that is why you have this process of impeachment. Impeachment is about political responsibility. It's about governance. Impeachment is not about criminal culpability. It's not about gathering evidence for purpose of taking him to court. It's about bringing him to account on what he has done from a political standpoint, and that issue of the distinction of criminal processes from impeachment has been clarified by the Supreme Court of Kenya. The Supreme Court of Kenya, in the case of Mike Sonko, was expressed clear and unequivocal that impeachment is about those values, ethos in Article 10 and the provisions of leadership and integrity in Chapter 6. Now, if you look at the way ground number 11 has been coached, ground number 11, Mr. Speaker, sir, ground number 11 talks about gross misconduct. Now, the Supreme Court of Kenya has interpreted what amounts to gross violation, which in context then means gross misconduct. And the conclusion is that when you violate these core values in Article 10 and the provisions of leadership and integrity, then you are guilty of gross misconduct. You are guilty also of gross violation of the Constitution. Sometimes you are guilty of abuse of office. So to put it in context, if you look at that charge that we have put in ground number 11, it talks about bullying of KEMSA officials. Now, that fact of bullying, and we have been more specific. If you look at the charge, we have mentioned the specific clause of legislation where the act of bullying has been prohibited. And this provision, if you look at the provisions of the Leadership and Integrity Act, the provisions of the Leadership and Integrity Act specifically prohibit bullying of bullying by state officials. And in that context, then you can see that in terms of the allegation that we are making and the evidence which has been submitted before this House, especially that call which was made by the Deputy President. The call was made by the Deputy President to a KEMSA official. Why would the Deputy President be pushing the interests of a commercial, the commercial interests of a private company? That is crystal clear when you look at his own admission in his response to this allegation. The Deputy President has admitted that he lent the sum of Kenya shillings 200 million to Crystal Company to acquire some hotel in Nyeri. This is the same company which the Deputy President is making a call to KEMSA to consider. And a senior KEMSA official, in this case the managing director, goes to EACC in a tender process.
Mr. Speaker, I was just wondering which clarification my learned colleague is responding to, because the time for submission is in the evening.
Yes, Counsel from the National Assembly.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, so I'm just concluding that it's an impeachable offense to make the link.
Very well, now conclude.
Yeah, so Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at then the evidence which has been submitted by Dr. Mulwa, that he received a call from the Deputy President, who is a high-ranking state official, to go to EACC, and then he went to EACC to collect evidence, which EACC had gathered for purposes of submitting that tender to the Deputy President or his conduct, in this case, his son. Then what we are saying is that that act by the Deputy President then constitutes a violation of the provisions of the Leadership and Integrity Act, specifically Section 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act, and that amounts to bullying. And to that extent, we are submitting that charge has indeed been substantiated in all its four corners. On the second question, and here again, it appears there is a misnomer. To prove an economic crime, you don't need to prove that there was loss of funds. An economic crime in this case occurs when a sitting Deputy President, in a tendering process, he makes a call, which the recipient then interprets in a different way, perhaps to influence the tendering process, or perhaps to for certain decisions to be made in favor of that person. And the person who is making the call is a sitting Deputy President. That is why then the provisions of the Constitution prohibit conflict
Speaker,
of interest.
Sir, if you may, I think my learned friend has enjoyed a lot of latitude in respect to responding to issues that were not sought for clarification. I was taking note of all the issues that were sought. and the issue that council is responding to are not among those that were sought. And if they were, then he needs to indicate from which particular senator did seek that.
Council for National Assembly, reserve other matters for submission.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, so I'm responding to the question of whether there was loss of funds.
That was not sought for clarification.
It was sought by a senator. And,
it was sought.
It was sought.
It was sought.
Yeah.
1 minute.
Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, in this case, evidence has been led. If you look at it from one perspective, evidence has been led by Dr. Mulwa that indeed there was a delay in this procurement. Secondly, fewer nets were supplied. Thirdly, there was a question concerning the costs incurred in this tendering process. And the evidence was that 55 million shillings was incurred in this tendering process. It came from the mouth of Dr. Mulwa. So to that extent, you can see there was some loss. Whereas the tender was financed by the Global Fund, from our own perspective, we lost a lot, not only from a monetary perspective, but also from the other factors. What about Kenyans who did not access this malaria, these mosquito nets and were exposed to malaria? Is that not a loss which is non-monetary? And therefore, to that extent, one can make a conclusion that the conduct of the Deputy President in this regard violates the provisions of Section 34 of the Leadership and Integrity Act. Mr. Speaker, so I end by stating that we have fully substantiated ground number 11, and it's one of those grounds where the evidence is clear, conspicuous, and there is a nexus to the Deputy President himself through a phone call that he made to Dr. Mulwa, and he has admitted making that phone call. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Senators, we are going to start with the Deputy President at exactly 2:30. If you keep time, we're going to save time so that we don't have to ring the bell for a quorum. If we can start taking the evidence from the Deputy President at 2:30, then we'll be able to manage our time going forward. You may now rise. Honorable Senators, it is now 1:15, and having concluded the business for which I extended the hours of the sitting pursuant to Standing Order 34-2A, the Senate stands adjourned until today, 17th of October 2024 at 2:30 p.m.
Members, I'll start with the Honorable Onyango Oyo, member for Muhoroni.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to share this very interesting development with my colleagues. As all of you are aware, my constituency is the heart and soul of sugarcane milling, growing and milling. And this development can either add a lot of value to my constituents or hurt them. I want to pay tribute to the committee in Parliament because most of the issues we are canvassing here, we successfully canvassed them here and passed them, save for a few contentious issues that remained. I will talk about zoning, which is the elephant in the house. It is in the interest of farmers, the farmers I lead, that there is no zoning because they grow sugarcane with their own efforts. And it's only imperative that when it comes to time of harvesting, they should be given freedom to sell to the best miller, who has the capacity to help them in harvesting, in transporting the cane to the mill, and paying them in good time. We have had serious problems with certain millers who want to restrict. They want to restrict the farmers in my constituency. And they're capitalizing on the fact that the government millers are semi-dysfunctional. And they want to capitalize on the plight of the farmers because of dysfunctioning of the factories, and they offer themselves as the only people who have solution, and they want to restrict the farmers to supplying sugarcane to them. When they have no capacity, there's very little they do to help the farmers develop. They cannot do the roads. There is anything they're doing that adds value to the farmers. So this thing called zoning is something that my farmers really detest. I have seen the board and the committee, the mediation committee, has tried to deal with it, but there are lots of circumlocutions. My friend told me that a rose by a name is called a rose. I have seen a lot of circumlocution. We want this thing to be addressed very well so that farmers have something called sokohuru. A farmer can sell his ready, unless, like it has been addressed here, there is evidence that the farmer took loan from a miller to develop his farm, got some fertilizers. The miller had something he had deposited when the need was taking place. But when a miller, like when a farmer, like the farmers in my constituency, has developed the plant or garden by himself, he should be given permission to sell to whoever he wants. And any circumlocution that wants to curtail the freedom of a farmer is not very good for us, and I've seen semblance of it in this report.
What is out of order, Honorable Chairman? You know when you show your hand up, or I can't see your card, but I can see your hand is up. Chair, what is out of order?
It's not out of information.
You want to give, you have a point of information?
Information. Does he want to be informed?
No. I would like to find out from him whether he wants to be informed.
Okay.
Do you want to be informed by the chair? You would like you? Okay. Proceed, Chairman.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I would like to refer the Honourable Member to the mandated version of the bill. Honourable Speaker, that was one of the contentious issues. We could not possibly lock farmers to specific factories. We refused. That is not there. What you have done is a minimum of 3 factories in a catchment area. That is what the bill says. So if all the 3 fail, then there's a serious problem in the entire industry. Honourable Speaker, the other thing we introduced is that these catchment areas are also considered as electoral colleges. So elections will be done within the catchment area in terms of representation in the board. Again, Honourable Speaker, we also agreed that the representation within an electoral area is going to be rotational by county. So that if it is Kisumu produces a representative this season, the next season is somebody comes from Kericho, the other season somebody comes from another county, as long as they're in the same area, so that we can also introduce equity. So that issue has been completely, thoroughly discussed and dealt out with.
Honorable Koyo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The second issue I wanted to speak to is about the reconstitution of Sugar Board. During the days of the Sugar Board, Red Sugar Board was very active. The farmers were doing very good business, and they were really harnessing their plants and sugarcane business. But when the Sugar Board was killed, and an anonymous body called AFA came that has very little interest in what the farmers, the sugarcane farmers are doing, we have really felt the brunt. So I will support this, and I think the body, the amendment committee, has done very well. They have reintroduced the Sugar Board as per our aspiration, and they have spelled out the zones for this purpose, which initially I was not happy about it, but I've seen the rotational basis. I think this will bring in add some value. Then I would like to talk about the 50% levy. You know, during the Sugar Board, there were monies that were deducted for the purpose of improving infrastructural development in various sugar catchment areas. A lot of monies were collected, but immediately with the disbandment of Sugar Board, these monies were rerouted to the county governments in form of cess. I don't know what happens in other, because I don't come from Nandi, they were my neighbors. But in Kisumu, all the monies that have been invested, that accrue from this deduction, have not benefited the farmer. We don't even know how much it is, what is doing, who is keeping it, and for what purpose. So we hope that this identification, now that we have identity, we know the money is going to go to Sugar Board, that it will be made use of for the benefit of the farmer. But our fear is that when Sugar Board had the money before, they assisted companies to buy road-making equipment. A serious company,
National Social Security Fund, financial year 2019-2020. 2, Communication Authority, financial year 2017-2018 and 2018-2019. 3, Child Welfare Society of Kenya, financial year 2014-2015. 4, Sacco Society Regulatory Authority, financial year 2017-2018, 2018-2019, and 2019-2020. And 5, Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, financial year 2014-15, 2015-16, 2016-17, and 2017-2018. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining. Majority Leader, who is the chairperson for Environment? Who is the chairperson? Gikaria, is he in the house? No. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Wangwe.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the 4th report of the Public Investments Committee on Social Services, Administration and Agriculture on its consideration of the report of the Auditor General on the financial statements of the following state corporations laid on the table of the House on Thursday, 17th October 2024. 1, National Social Security Fund, financial year 2019-2020. 2, Communication Authority, financial year 2017-2018 and 2018-2019. 3, Child Welfare Society of Kenya, financial year 2014-2015. 4, Sacco Society Regulatory Authority, financial year 2017-18, 2018-19, and 2019-20. And 5, Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, financial years 2014-15, 2015-16, 2016-17, and 2017-18. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Chairperson, Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education. Member for Bumula.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44-2D, I rise to issue a statement on the mandate of the Public Investment Committee, Education and Governance regarding the current state of affairs at the Moi University. Honorable Speaker, Moi University was closed indefinitely on October 3rd, 2024, due to a prolonged strike by lecturers and staff over unpaid salaries and fulfilled promises from a 2017 to 2022 collective bargaining agreement. The protests, which had lasted several weeks, included demands for delayed payments and remittances, such as pension contributions and loan deductions. The disruption led to students' protests, prompting the University Senate to suspend academic activities. Students were ordered to vacate the campuses immediately, with international students advised to consult the Dean of Students. Since then, no reopening date has been announced, raising grave concerns over the likelihood of prolonged closure. Honorable Speaker, on Wednesday, 9th October 2024, the Public Investments Committee on Governance and Education, which I chair, held a meeting with the Cabinet Secretary for Education, the Principal Secretary for Higher Education, representatives from the Office of the Auditor General, and Moi University management to discuss the matter. Consequently, the committee noted that the university had written to the National Treasury and the Ministry of Education seeking financial assistance to pay the pending bills. In addition, we noted that the issue of pending bills was as a result of the late remittance of funds by the government. Honorable Speaker, the deteriorating state of affairs at the university calls for urgent intervention in order to forestall further disruption of academic programs and to restore confidence in the university. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that the committee calls on the National Treasury to immediately release funds and pending statutory remittances to settle salary arrears owed to the staff of Moi University. This will ensure that normal learning activities resume at the university. Honorable Speaker, this university needs the support of this House, and I thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairman. That is a matter of grave national concern. And if we have international students, then it goes beyond borders. I'll direct that the Chairman of Education tomorrow morning brings a statement from the ministry on the status of Moi University in reflection to what the chair of the committee has said and any other relevant material that can help accelerate the resolution of the problems of the university and the reopening of the university. Osoro, you tell Meli that tomorrow at 9:30, he has to give us a statement on this issue. Short of that, on resumption, the minister will also be ordered to appear before the House on the issue. Next, response by the chairperson, Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure, to the statement by Monica Marubu. Is GK here? Osoro, where is your chairman for transport and infrastructure?
I've been able to call the education one.
I hope the chairman for transport will be back in a short while, Honorable Speaker. But if he's not, I commit that I'll whip him to respond adequately.
He has to be here to respond to Monica Marubu. Is she in the house? Yes, Honorable Member, and Godfrey Ruku. Let's go back to order number 5. I see Honorable Gikaria is in the house so that he can be able to lay the papers.
My apologies, Honorable Speaker, and thanks for giving me a second chance. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 17th October 2024. Report of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on its consideration of the Gold Processing Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Gikaria. We go back to order number 7. The request for statements as appear on the order paper. A member for Isiolo County, Honorable Mumina Bonaya.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding an accident caused by a government vehicle in Isiolo County. Honorable Speaker, on 28 February 2024, Mrs. Pauline Lomoir Lochiman of ID 30495689 was tragically knocked down by a speeding vehicle with registration number KCY 265Y along the Isiolo-Marsabit Highway. Unfortunately, the victim succumbed to injuries sustained in the accident. The family of the deceased has suffered a great loss and has been tirelessly seeking justice. However, their efforts to obtain clarity on the incident, including authenticating the ownership of the vehicle believed to be registered to one of the government security agencies, have been unsuccessful. This has left the family in a state of distress and uncertainty on how to obtain closure on the matter, despite reporting the accident at the Isiolo Police Station under OB number OB54/28/2/2/24. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security on the following. 1, confirmation of ownership of the vehicle in question and clarification on whether it is indeed registered to any of the government security agencies. 2nd, steps that have been taken by the relevant authorities to investigate the circumstance of the accident and ensure that justice is served for the deceased and her family. 3rd, any form of compensation by the government or support to the family of Mrs. Paulina Lomoir Lochiman in light of the tragic event. And finally, reasons as to why the family efforts to retrieve accurate information from the National Transport and Safety Authority portal have been met with difficulty, and the corrective actions being taken to ensure transparency in the future. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chairman, Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Naomi Wako, where's your chairman? Oh, Raso is here, Vice Chair. Can you bring the response to that in 2 weeks?
In 2 weeks after recess, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, meaning on the first day after the short recess. Member for Kilifi Kusini, Mheshimiwa Ken Chonga.
Asante mstahiki Spika kwa hii nafasi ulionipa. Nasimama kuwasilisha ombi la kuhusu kufurushwa kutoka kwa ardhi yenye mgogoro ndani ya Kilifi South. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa mujibu na kanuni za kudumu Standing Orders number 44 subsection 2C, nasimama kuomba kauli kutoka kwa mwenyekiti wa kamati ya kiidara ya utawala na usalama wa taifa kuhusiana na mgogoro wa umiliki wa ardhi kati ya familia ya marehemu Bwana Kea Rimba Gona na Bwana Mohamed Abdalla Mohamed kuhusiana na kipande cha ardhi LR number Mainland North /3/783 iliyoko ndani ya Kilifi South. Mheshimiwa Spika, marehemu Bwana Kea Rimba Gona na jamaa zake wameishi kwenye kipande hicho cha ardhi kwa zaidi ya miaka 60 sasa. Hata hivyo, bila mamlaka yoyote walifurushwa kutoka kwenye ardhi hiyo bila ya amri ya mamlaka inayohusu kitendo hicho, na kinyume na makubaliano kadhaa kati ya pande hizo mbili yaliyosainiwa mwaka wa 2001 na 2004, ambayo yalitenga ardhi ekari 3 za ardhi hiyo kwa Bwana Gona. Ugawaji huo ulifanyika kufuatia makubaliano yaliyoidhinishwa na afisa ya wilaya kutoka eneo la Kikambala mwaka wa 2000. Hata hivyo, Bwana Spika, licha ya makubaliano hayo, Bwana Mohamed alimfurusha Bwana Gona kutoka kwenye ardhi hiyo. Kesi ya mahakama ilifunguliwa baadaye mwaka wa 2019 chini ya kesi ya ELC namba 99 ya mwaka 2019 ili kuamua umiliki halali wa ardhi hiyo. Mheshimiwa Spika, baada ya kifo cha kusikitisha cha Bwana Kea Rimba Gona tarehe 19 Julai mwaka 2024, mpwa wake Lucky Kalama Rimba aliwasilisha ombi la kumzika baba yake kwenye ardhi hiyo yenye mgogoro. Hata hivyo, Bwana Mahamud alizuia mazishi hayo na akazuia familia kutekeleza taratibu za mwisho za kumzika marehemu wao. Kwa bahati mbaya, mwili wa marehemu bado uko katika chumba cha kuhifadhi maiti cha hospitali ya rufaa na mafunzo ya Pwani hadi leo. Aidha, siku ya Ijumaa tarehe 11 Oktoba mwaka huu, Bwana Mohamed na mawakala wake, baadhi yao wakidaiwa kuwa maafisa wa polisi, bila sababu yoyote au kibali cha mahakama, walifurusha familia hiyo kutoka kwenye ardhi yao. Kufurushwa huko kumewaacha familia hiyo ikibaki bila makazi na hata kutatiza pakubwa uendeshaji wa shughuli zao na za kawaida na za kimaisha, iwe hata kikazi au kielimu. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kutokana na hali hii ndipo ninaomba kauli kutoka kwa mwenyekiti wa kamati ya kiidara ya utawala na usalama wa kitaifa kuhusu masuala yafuatayo. Kwanza, sababu ya Bwana Mohamed kufukuzwa familia hiyo kutoka kwenye makazi waliokaa kwa muda wa zaidi ya miaka 20. Pili, ni lini familia hii itaruhusiwa kufika kwa makazi yao hadi umiliki wa ardhi hiyo umalizwe na mahakama? Tatu, mbona maafisa wa polisi wanadaiwa kutoka kituo cha polisi cha Ndonya na Mtwapa wamekuwa wakimsaidia Bwana Mohamed kuinyanyasa familia kwa kuwanyima fursa kufikia ardhi yao na nyumba zao, hivyo kuingilia makatao na haki ya kuendeleano mahakamani? Nne, hatua zinazowekwa ili kuhakikisha kwamba Bwana Mohamed hachukui umiliki wa ardhi ambayo kwamba bado iko na mgogoro na iko kotini. Tano, ikiwa ipo mipango yoyote kutoka kwa Wizara ya Utawala na Usalama wa Kitaifa itakayosaidia kufidia familia hiyo kutokana na unyanyasi hisia na kifedha waliopitia tangu walipofukuzwa kwa shamba hilo. Asante mstahiki Spika.
Mheshimiwa Chonga, yes, Bowen, on this issue?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I know before you direct to, or to pronounce yourself on that issue, from how I've heard the Honorable Chonga, Mr. Speaker, is to do with land issue and land ownership. And I think that question from what is directing it to the Ministry of Internal Security, or the Chair, Internal Security. Will I be not, Honorable Speaker, that question should be best handled by the committee or the Chair of Lands?
Bwana Chonga, shida yako ni ukosefu wa usalama au umilikaji wa shamba?
Asante mstahiki Spika. Tatizo la kwanza katika hili swali ambalo nimeuliza, familia ilifukuzwa kuanzia siku ya tarehe 11 Ijumaa mpaka leo wako nje. Wananyeshewa na hawajapata usaidizi. Pili, hili swala liko kotini. Inaweza kuwaje kwamba swala ambalo liko kotini, Mheshimiwa Spika, watu wanaweza kuja kufurushwa kwenye nyumba zao na wafungiwe nje. Tatu, usalama umeingia kwa sababu yule ambaye kwamba amechukua hili shamba ameweka wakora, wako na mishale, wako na rungu, wako na mapanga kuzuia hii familia isiingie pale. Kwa hivyo mimi katika zile idara ambazo zinahusika, nafikiria swali langu limeenda mahali ambapo linastahili.
Sawa. Raso, utawakilisha jibu baada ya wiki mbili.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
But if indeed, Honorable Raso, take your seat. If what he's saying is true, that there is a dead body lying in a morgue and the person preventing the disposal of the remains of their loved one has got no legitimate claim or ownership of the land, then the matter becomes even more urgent. I direct that you check with your ministry that you oversight this afternoon and bring a preliminary response tomorrow morning on the status. Even if they are quarreling over ownership, they should not harm the interests of the family over a dead relative, if that is the place to be buried. So get in touch with the ministry. And I think, is Nyamoke in the house? Issue of ownership is also at play. I think liars, together with the honorable questioner, give to Nyamoko the LR number of the land. He'll check with lands as to who owns it and combine that for us to give us a preliminary response tomorrow morning.
And the children from that homestead are no longer going to school, and the family is stationed outside their houses.
One at a time. Let's deal with the issues I've directed. Once the two are resolved, then everything else will be resolved. Okay, Honorable Raso.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Much obliged.
Thank you. Honorable David Kiplagat, DK.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. request for statement regarding strategic food reserves in the country. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock regarding strategic food reserve in the country, particularly the management of maize reserves. Honorable Speaker, management of strategic food reserves is crucial in ensuring national food security, particularly in times of crises such as drought, floods, and economic downtowns. In Kenya, maize is a staple food that plays a vital role in nutrition and the economy. Consequently, proper management of maize reserves is essential to the country's food security strategy. Each financial year, the government, through the national budgets, allocates funds to purchase maize to boost the strategic food reserves. However, in the financial year 2024-2025, due to budget constraints, the amount set aside for the strategic food reserve was significantly reduced, which places the country at a risk of food insecurity. Honorable Speaker, as the harvest season approaches in the North Rift region, farmers are concerned about the likelihood of facing unfavorable market prices for their maize crops, which may further worsen their financial position. In addition, the Kenya Meteorological Department has forecast a looming La Nina phenomenon from October to December 2024, which may persist into early 2025 in most parts of the country. The maize distribution is expected to be poor over most parts of the country, with prolonged dry spells and cases of isolated storms expected. This situation may worsen food insecurity in the country, necessitating strategic focus on maize reserves. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request the chairperson for the Departmental Committee on Agriculture and Livestock to report on the following. Measures to be taken to purchase maize produce from the upcoming harvest so as to stabilize the market prices and increase the strategic food reserve. Secondly, plans to be taken to dispose of approximately 750,000 90 kg bags of old maize stocks to make room for the new harvest. Thirdly, action to be taken to settle the 491 million in outstanding arrears owed to farmers by the National Cereals and Produce Board (NCBP) for maize delivered over 120 days ago. And lastly, the level of preparedness by the government to manage the predicted La Nina phenomenon and plans to mitigate its impact on food security. I thank you, Honorable Speaker. And maybe because it is a matter of national importance, I have colleagues from the North Rift, you can give them to
You have no right to solicit for anybody to support your statement. You have... Yes. Where are your friends from North Rift? Yes, Honorable Member Adam. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the matter raised by Honorable DK is a very weighty matter, not only for the North Rift farmers, but farmers across the country. Mr. Speaker, we are now headed to the season where farmers are harvesting their maize. And as we are talking now, the prices are so low, and they're almost lacking places to dispose their maize. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we promised Kenyan farmers that they will get what we call guarantee minimum returns. Now, as you are talking, the maize price is around 2,800, and we are requesting that government puts adequate resources so that NCBB can purchase maize from farmers, and it will also allow them to prepare next year to go back to farming and produce food for this country. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand together with the Honorable David Kiblagat, member for Soy, in asking the chair of the Agriculture and Livestock to respond, especially many of the farmers, maize farmers, me included, Honorable Speaker. We are worried of our harvest now because the harvest is pamba, but the prices are very low. So I think maize being one of the main foodstuffs within our country. And as you are aware, Honorable Speaker, even my neighbors from Western, ugali is the main thing. So we would want the government to be able to set aside, and more so this House which does the budgeting, that when we are doing budgeting, please let's set aside good amount of money to national cereals and produce so that they can buy strategic maize reserve from the farmers, so that when parts of the country are experiencing food shortage, we have now enough bamba harvest. If the price can go to 4,000, we would be happy, and many of the farmers can be able to deliver our maize to the National Cereals and Produce Board. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I want to support my colleague from Wazingishu, Honorable DK. Mr. Speaker, there is a saying that says, not planning is planning to fail. And we've seen in this country, there are those very crucial months that people go without food. Right now in the North Rift, it is harvesting time for maize farmers, and people have more than the surplus. They have excess, even they cannot store it in their own galleries. Mr. Speaker, it is very high time that the country starts planning for bad days ahead, the days when every part of the country will need that crop, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to support him and say that it is about time we plan, we mop up the maize that is in the farmers' gallery, because right now farmers are crying, Mr. Speaker, they are selling a bag of maize for 2,400 shillings, and they are not able to recoup their investment. Mr. Speaker, if we allow middlemen who have the capacity maybe to store the produce, they'll buy it very cheap and they'll come and sell it later on, but whereas the farmer who has done the donkey work will not have benefited anything. So, Mr. Speaker, that is my humble plea that we should actually look at the future by buying the maize from the farmers, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, the matter raised by the Honorable Member is so key to this country. And if approached from an economic point of view, we shall realize the weight with which it carries. Ordinarily, the tendency of farmers to produce more when there is deficit and hunger, and then stopping to produce the following year because they have gotten more crop, is very common and has been understood in economics by Collingwood in his East African economics as the buffer stock business, whereby governments must then undertake to purchase the extra stocks so that we don't lose the price for farmers. Because once we lose the price for farmers, they will not produce the following year, and now we shall have a drop in production and therefore the high prices. So that's a matter that is very important, given that His Excellency did pronounce himself on the fertilizer that was subsidized. This was the beginning of this production. And if we don't maintain what we did with the subsidized fertilizer by making sure that we contain the buffer stocks within the market in order to control the prices for the farmers will not produce any more maize and we shall go back to where we were. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for also giving me this opportunity to contribute to this statement by Honorable DK. Mr. Speaker, I want to specifically zero into Uasin Gishu County, where maize harvesting is going on now. Mr. Speaker, it is very important for the government to prepare urgently to buy maize from the farmers so that we avoid the issue of cartels taking advantage. Mr. Speaker, currently the price of maize in Uasin Gishu is going for 2,800. It is very unfortunate because the farmers take almost a whole year preparing until harvest time, and it will be an injustice for them to sell the end product at a merely 2,800 shillings, Mr. Speaker. So I urge the government, and specifically, to adequately resource the National Cereals Produce Board so that it can be able to support the farmers so that they can get the guaranteed minimum returns for their maize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Kamket, do you want to talk about cattle rustling or maize?
You know, Mr. Speaker, when I hear the maize growers complain about the prices of maize, those of us who are net purchasers of maize are very happy when the price is down, Mr. Speaker. These people are used to buying our goats and cows at throwaway prices. Now, it is our time to buy their maize at very cheap prices so that they can now realize that they can feel what we have been feeling, Mr. Speaker. I am an advocate of that price of maize should be going lower and lower to allow us to buy and to stock more food in our homes, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, DK, what is it?
It is Honorable Kamket in order to insinuate that farmers in the North Rift and the Republic of Kenya should sell maize at cheaper price for his own benefit, and we have not brought any statement to indicate that his cows should go at a cheaper price. Is it in order?
Yes, because...
Honorable Speaker, you know Honorable Kamget is misleading the House. He's been taking our cows and goats free. So he cannot say that we are taking them at throwaway price because he comes at night, steals them, and sells them at a throwaway price. So he takes them free.
Yes, Honorable McLap, you'll be the last on that. All the honorable members holding unlawful kamkunjis in the House. Wamao and your group, that meeting is illegal. Take your seats or retreat to the corridor and talk from there. Yes,
thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me talk on economic terms. Mr. Speaker, all of us in the North Rift, not all of us in the North Rift, Mr. Speaker, are maize farmers. Majority of us are actually pastoralists in that area. And Mr. Speaker, this government of ours, the Kenya Kwanza administration, has been working very hard to bring the cost of unga and the cost of living to come down. Mr. Speaker, it is only the cost of living and the cost of unga comes down when the prices of maize comes down, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, on this particular matter, let us allow the forces of supply and demand to play in the economy of the country so that those who are pastoralists will get their take. Those who are farmers will get their take, Mr. Speaker, so that there is a fair economic matrix, so that until we reach what is called a lava curve, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't agree with him. Let us have an economy that is determined by the forces of demand and supply so that this country is balanced.
Order, DK Donya.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
That's the last.
As much as we are discussing about maize, Mr. Speaker, I'm seated with members here, and it seems my colleagues, they are asking questions. We have an impeachment motion of the deputy in the Senate. He has not appeared for the afternoon session, Mr. Speaker. And we are worried. We need to know where he is, because he was our client from the Assembly, and now we can't locate him in the Senate, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Donya.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Honorable Donya, you are completely out of order. In law, the National Assembly is described as functus officio on this matter. You handled it, you passed on, you have no jurisdiction or authority over it anymore. What is happening is in the Senate has nothing to do with what happened here. We don't supervise the Senate. Order. Neither is it your responsibility to track the whereabouts of the Deputy President. And it has never been, and it will never be. Chairman Agriculture. Yes, Odiwar. Odiwar.
The deputy president is my constituent, and him missing is not a good thing, sir.
Order, Honorable.
I'm worried.
Honorable Jalash, you are even more out of order. Member for Tegania East, Chairman of Agriculture. You've heard the statement from DK and all the support views and opposing views. Bring a response in 2 weeks.
Yes, from Tigania West.
Tigania West, sorry.
Yeah, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I've heard what the members are saying. Honourable Speaker, guaranteed minimum return is calculated so that farmers can be encouraged to continue on farming. It must be higher than the producer price. So it's a good idea to have that done. But I'll consult the ministry and get back to the House with the correct...
In 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks. Thank you very much.
Robert Mbui.
Honorable Speaker, this is a request for a statement regarding removal of asbestos roofing from all buildings in the country. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining regarding the status of implementation of the government directive on the removal of asbestos roofing from all buildings in the country. Honorable Speaker, in 2011, NEMA issued guidelines to ensure the safe removal, handling, packaging, and transportation of asbestos for disposal, and to raise awareness on the hazards of asbestos, such as the cause for chronic illnesses like asbestosis, lung cancer, and mesothelioma. Further, on Wednesday, 28 August 2024, the CS for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry issued a directive to NEMA to identify facilities, including schools and private establishments, with asbestos roofing countrywide for removal and safe disposal of all the asbestos roofing within 3 months. The decision was made owing to the health and environmental risks associated with asbestos, particularly with cancer. Honorable Speaker, more than a decade since NEMA guidelines were issued, the country is yet to be informed of the progress made with regard to removal of asbestos roofing owing to health and environmental risks. Honorable Speaker, it is against this backdrop that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Environment, Forestry and Mining on the following. One, Mr. Speaker, is a provision of a report on the number of private and public buildings in the country that were found to have asbestos roofing. Two, the progress made with regard to the implementation of the directive on removal and safe disposal of all the asbestos roofs, particularly in public utilities. Three, a report on whether the timelines provided by the Cabinet Secretary are adequate to carry out the removal and disposal of all the asbestos from all the affected buildings in the country. And an assessment of the cost implication of the exercise and its effect on the possibility of compliance within the given timelines. And this is because these are a lot of public institutions are the ones that are going to be affected by this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair, Environment, Forestry and Mining, Honorable Gikaria.
Yes, Speaker.
This House passed a law probably 10 years ago. If you remember, you'll have to check, outlawing asbestos on any of our buildings in the country. Why do we still have asbestos on buildings?
Honorable Speakers, actually it was, Honorable Speaker, if you remember during our vetting, when the nominee then, Mr. Dwale came before us, he made a commitment to be able, so if he gives us maybe 2 weeks, we will be under, about the law that was passed. Again, Honorable Speaker, I'll be checking this evening for me to be able to give an update next week.
Okay, Dr. Bukose.
Honorable Speaker, this issue about asbestos is affecting not just the schools. It is also affecting health facilities. It is affecting houses within the military. It is affecting even towns, the old houses which were built under the municipal council. And it is widespread. So I thought the chair would be able to even have proper documentation so that we can have proper disposal of the asbestos. Because from a health point of view, Honorable Speaker, asbestos causes asbestosis, which is a lung cancer. And therefore, it is of public health concern that this matter is taken seriously and addressed with finality, because it's a major problem within our country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Gikaria, you hear that? And this House actually passed a law outlawing the use of asbestos on any of our buildings, whether they are schools, churches, or dwelling houses. Yes, Mama Rachel?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just would like to support this statement and to say that in my constituency, Mr. Speaker, in Ekanga Health Center, we have asbestos. And the information we have been given is that the national government is going to remove all asbestos and it should not be touched. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge the chair that this is a matter that must be taken up very seriously. We had many places with asbestos. Honorable Nyiva donated land where all of it was taken, but later other lorries came and carried it for safer, to be taken to a safer place. Meaning that even the place that had been donated was not safe because it was taking water to water sources. So, Honorable Speaker, the chair must give a very strong commitment on how we are going to deal with asbestos, and if possible, come to pick the asbestos in Ekanga Health Center to support my constituents so that they don't get sick.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to propose something that they could consider. You see, one of the things that's happening is that when people are told to remove asbestos, they still have to go back to NEMA to seek approval to remove the same asbestos that NEMA has already asked that they remove. And that costs money. Mr. Speaker, again, NCA, which is involved in construction, also wants to be paid for someone to remove asbestos to put iron sheets. Possibly, Mr. Speaker, they need to consider and explore a possibility of exempting those that have asbestos so that the cost comes down. The government keeps off its hands from these facilities so that we can be able to do it, because it's affecting our schools, our health centers, and also some residential properties, as you've heard, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Nyikal. Dr. Nyikal. Give Dr. Nyikal the mic. There you are, Doctor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as use of asbestos is illegal. So by law, houses or buildings that have roofs of asbestos should not even be approved for habitation. So we are actually talking of an illegality. The Public Health Department has the right to declare all those buildings not fit for occupation. So, Mr. Speaker, my suggestion would be all institutions and the departments or the MDAs that have such institutions with buildings of asbestos must actually have a plan to put them in place. They can actually be prosecuted, so that there should be a clear plan. All ministries, all departments which have buildings with asbestos must put in place a plan to remove them. Otherwise, they prosecute. Mr. Speaker, you can actually prosecute the PSS in those areas because they are having buildings that are a danger to health, and the Public Health Department can do it. So I think this matter should be taken in that line and actually given to government departments to make sure that all those buildings are actually removed or asbestos removed and gotten rid of. And it is not the role of the people who are in the houses to know what to do with asbestos. It is those government institutions that should plan how to remove them and get rid of them because where you are going to put them is also an issue. You can't give that role to the institutions. So, Mr. Speaker, there is a need for a national plan to get rid of asbestos in compliance with the law.
Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are discussing a very important matter. And just as we are discussing asbestos, Honorable Speaker, and in my constituents, we have them actually at the center of the town. We also have the issue of discharge of toxic substances to our rivers and all that. And I'm just imagining that as a House, Honorable Speaker, I don't think we are powerless. We should be able to take action as a House, because that law was passed in this House. It is the issue of enforcement. I think, Honorable Speaker, we just need to make sure that from where you sit, you instruct the concerned authorities to enforce the law so that we don't expose our people to health problems, Honorable Speaker. So I really think, Honorable Speaker, this House must act to ensure that the law is enforced. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Gikaria. Yes, Mama Roida, I want to move on to something else. Tandaza, on this?
Asante, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, hizi asbestos zina madhara twajua na sheria ilipitishwa hapa, lakini kwangu kule sijui watu wanaona tuko karibu na Somalia kule wanatuachia, kuna nyumba za hospitali tena wanaishi huko ni madaktari kizingitini, zote hizo ni ziko na asbesto juu. Kisha kitu kingine cha kusikitisha, hospitali ya Kiunga alipewa contractor kutoa asbesto, akazitoa na hakika katika hiyo BQ kulikuwa na njia ya wapi atazidispose, atatupa. Aliyopatia wananchi wa Kiunga, hivi kile manyumba wamechukua ziko kwa private houses, badala kwenda kuzizika pahali au kuzipeleka kuzitupa kwa njia mzuri. Huyo contractor wa Kiunga hospital aliziacha, wananchi wamezichukua, hivyo wametengenezea maboma. Ni hatari sana, naomba wahusika wahakikishe hilo jambo limerekebishwa kabla halijaleta madhara. Tumeambiwa hizi vitu zinasababisha kansa. Mnatarajia watu wangu wa Kiunga wapate hizo shida, wenyewe maskini ya roho zao. Asante, Bwana Spika.
Tandaza on this. Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would also want to add my expertise on this as a lead expert on NEMA. Asbestos is not one commodity that can just be left to anybody to handle. And I take exception to the contributions where people have just said, we waive the regulations, the NEMA regulations, so that people can dispose on their own. Before you dispose asbestos, a proper environmental impact assessment has to be done. You cannot just handle asbestos with your bare hands the way you would want to remove your iron sheets or your makuti thatched houses. It's needed special protective equipment to handle asbestos. It also needs specialized transportation vehicles to transport asbestos so as not to endanger as it is transported to the dumping site. The dumping site has to be an approved dumping site in terms of depth, in terms of the soil conditions, so that when it rains, the drainage, the water that will be draining from that particular site will not endanger the existing rivers and wells. So, Honorable Speaker, there is no shortcut to disposal of asbestos. All what we will need to do as a house is probably to take it up, allocate adequate funds when we are doing our budgets so that they can be disposed of safely. Otherwise, haphazard disposal will create more problems than it is now. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Gikaria, as the chair of the committee, I doubt if you will do justice to this statement. I direct that upon resumption after the short recess, on the first Wednesday after resumption, the Minister for Environment appears before the House to tell the country how they are going to get asbestos roofings of all structures in the country and how they are going to dispose them of in the manner described in the act that banned the use of asbestos. Because 10 years down the line, hospitals, churches, schools, dwelling houses still have asbestos roofs. So what you will do is join the clerk in conveying this message to the minister that you chair the oversight committee, and he will be here in 2 weeks with a comprehensive statement with timelines on when we are going to clear this menace once and for all. We together? Thank you, Chairman. Honorable Tandaza, mbunge wa Matuga.
Asante mstahiki Spika. Nasimama kwa ombi la kauli kuhusu kukarabatiwa kwa barabara ya Mwabungo Majimboni, Shimba Hills, Kilulu, Mrima kwa alama ya mabano ba 98. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa mujibu wa kanuni ya 44(2) cha, naomba kauli kutoka kwa mwenyekiti wa kamati ya kiidara uchukuzi na miundo msingi kuhusu kukarabatiwa kwa barabara ya Mwabungo Majimboni, Shimba Hills, Kilulu, Mrima nambari ba 98. Mheshimiwa Spika, miundombinu bora hasa barabara nzuri ni kichocheo muhimu cha maendeleo ya kiuchumi na uboreshaji wa hali ya maisha kwa kurahisisha kufikia huduma za umma kwa haraka inavyohitajika. Hata hivyo, wakazi wa eneo bunge la Matuga bado hawajafurahia miundo msingi kwa sababu ya hali duni ya takriban kilomita 50 za barabara ya Mwabungo Majimboni, Shimba Hills, Kilulu, Mrima, ambayo kwa sasa iko katika hali mbaya na haipitiki. Mbali na kuanganisha sehemu nyingi inazopitia katika kaunti ya Kwale, barabara hii pia hufanikisha shughuli za utalii katika hifadhi ya kitaifa ya Shimba Hills. Hali mbaya ya barabara hiyo imeathiri uchumi kwa kupandisha gharama ya uchukuzi, biashara na ufikishaji huduma za umma. Licha ya mamlaka ya barabara kuu ya Kenya, KENHA, kutangaza zabuni nambari KENHA mraba R9 mraba 150 mraba 2024 ya kukarabati barabara hiyo mwezi wa Februari 2024, hakuna hatua yoyote dhahiri ambayo imechukuliwa hadi sasa, hali ambayo inazua wasiwasi miongoni mwa wakazi kuhusu utekelezaji wa zabuni hiyo. Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kutokana na hali hiyo ndipo naomba kauli ya mwenyekiti wa kamati ya uchukuzi na miundo msingi kuhusu yafuatayo. 1. Ripoti kuhusu hatua zilizofikiwa katika utekelezaji wa zabuni nambari KENHA mraba R9 mraba 150 mraba 2024 iliyotangazwa mwezi wa Februari 2024 kuhusu ukarabati wa barabara ya Mwabungo Majimboni, Shimba Hills, Kilulu, Mrima. 2. hatua zinazochukuliwa ili kukarabati barabara ya Mwabungo majimboni Shimba Hills Kilulu Mrima nambari B98 haraka iwezekanavyo, ikiwa ni pamoja na kiwango cha fedha zilizotengewa mradi huo, na 3, mipango iliyowekwa na KENHA ili kuweka lami barabara ya Mwabungo majimboni Shimba Hills Kilulu Mrima, ikiwa ni pamoja na ratiba ya ujenzi wa barabara hiyo na tarehe ya kukamilishwa. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia hii nafasi, na mimi nataka niongeze sauti katika hili swala Mheshimiwa Tandaza alilolieleza. Hii ni barabara muhimu sana inayounganisha maeneo bunge matatu katika kaunti ya Kwale. Hii barabara inaanzia katika eneo bunge la Msambweni ambalo mimi naliwakilisha hapa, ikipitia eneo bunge la Matuga, eneo bunge Mheshimiwa Tandaza nalo liunganisha hapa, ikifika eneo bunge la Lungalunga. Hii barabara Mheshimiwa Spika ni kama imesahauliwa na hili shirika letu la KENHA. Barabara hii kama tunavyojua, miundo mbinu ndio uti wa mgongo wa maendeleo yoyote, na katika sehemu hizi ndio sehemu ambazo katika Kwale County tumezizingatia sana pakubwa katika swala zima la ukulima. Huku watu wanafanya ukulima kama sehemu ya Shimba Hills. Hiyo ndio sehemu ambayo ukuzaji wa machungwa yanakuzwa kwa hali ya wingi sana. Nikisema machungwa yale tunayotumia katika mkoa wa Pwani, 70% yanatoka katika mji wa Shimba Hills, na barabara yake haipitiki. Kwa hiyo hata mimi ningemuomba mwenyekiti wa ile komiti ya transport atueleze, aje hapa atueleze wizara iko na mikakati gani ya kuhakikisha hii barabara inakarabatiwa kwa haraka upesi. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika.
Zair.
Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker, the Chair, I acknowledge the response and the statement from the members, but the Chairman will give a comprehensive response in the next 2 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, so that. Yes, Gichumu.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, on the 2nd day of October 2024, I requested a statement from the Chairman, Committee of Agriculture, regarding the payment of tea bonus for Kemunye and Dumaita tea factories, which are situated within Gachagua constituency. And there was a commitment through the Vice Chair that this statement will be coming, will be responded to within 2 weeks, which lapsed yesterday. Honorable Speaker, this matter is of utmost urgency because the tea farmers from the two factories are have still boycotted plucking, and it is important that the matter be handled with a little bit of urgency so that I can be able to give feedback to the farmers that I represent in Gachagua.
Thank you. Mutunga, you are supposed to respond to that. The last 2 weeks, I'm told.
Honorable Speaker, the issue of tea has been countrywide, not in one area.
Do you have the response?
I do not have the response, but we are getting the response in a week's time, because we are also going out this week to even establish by ourselves what exactly caused the variance in pricing.
Okay.
Of the bonus. Yes.
Thank you. Starting with the Chair Rhodes, I'm told, Zaire, you have the responses. Start by responding to the statement of Monica Marubu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on Thursday, 19th June 2024, the member for Lamu County, Honorable Monica Marubu, Member of Parliament, requested for a statement from the chairman of the Departmental Committee on Transport and Infrastructure regarding the status of compensation for fishermen in Lamu County. Honorable Speaker, in the statement, the Honorable Monica Marubu sought to establish, among other things, details of the fishermen set to receive compensation, including their areas of residence, fishing grounds, and state criteria used for the verification process. Honorable Speaker, measures in place to ensure that only fishermen from the affected fishing grounds and local fisher community receive compensation and provide timelines for completion of the compensation process. And why the government is yet to implement a fishing value chain approach to boost the fishing industry of the area, considering that the compensation provided to fishermen does not provide a long-term solution, hence jeopardizing the sustainable source of livelihood of the community. Honorable Speaker, the committee received a response from the Ministry of Roads and Transport through the Clerk of the National Assembly on the 20th of September 2024, which I wish to make. Honorable Speaker, regarding the details of the fishermen to receive the compensation, including the areas of residence, fishing grounds, and state criteria used for the verification process. The ministry acknowledged that the fishermen residing in Lamu County are set to receive cash compensation. It also noted that the affected victims were identified through beach management units with the cooperation of the local BMUs, chairs, and the county government. Honorable Speaker, in March 2023, KPA, Kenya Ports Authority, began verifying and processing agreements for compensation, initially approving 4,026 fishermen. However, a directive from the EACC halted payments for further verification. Honorable Speaker, after completing their investigation, the EACC validated 4,167 fishermen, while an additional 567 names were requested for verification. As per the court order from December 1st, 2022, KPA has commenced compensation payments of Kenya shilling 241,714 to each of the 4,026 approved fishermen and boat owners, totaling to 973,141,852. Honorable Speaker, payments were to be completed by June 2nd, 2024. Up to date, KPA successfully processed payments to 3,887 fishermen, while 139 payments bounced due to incorrect bank details. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the measures in place to ensure that the fishermen from the affected fishing grounds and local fisher community receive compensation and provide timelines for completion of the compensation process, the ministry submitted that KPA, guided by the EACC, will adhere to a set criteria. The compensation is expected to be completed by mid of December 2024, contingent on the chairs of beach management units, famously known as the BMUs, providing the identities of the 567 disputed names. Honorable Speaker, the list of the eligible fishermen and boat owners were compiled by officials of the BMU and representatives from the county government of Lamu based on the following criteria. 1, they must have been fishermen or boat owner by October 16, 2016. They must have been registered with the county government of Lamu as either fishermen or boat owner or by the same date. Honorable Speaker, regarding the reasons government is yet to implement fishing value chain approach to boost the fishing industry of the area, considering the compensation provided to fishermen does not provide a long-term solution, hence jeopardizing the sustainable source of livelihood of the community. The cash compensation is 65% of the Lamu fishermen compensation amount. Honorable Speaker, the other 35% of the fund consists of 640 million set aside by the government for development of physical infrastructure and support services toward the fishing industry in the area. KPA is set to engage the Lamu stakeholders on the nature of equipment they will wish KPA to procure as part of the sustainability development. A task force, Honorable Speaker, that was formed in 2019 to follow up on the compensation and its modalities. Honorable Speaker, it is prudent to note, however, that due to passage of time and changing fishing dynamics in Lamu County, Honorable Speaker, there is need to have this report proposal validated in terms of the identity of the equipment and the equivalent specifications before the validation exercise. Honorable Speaker, the task force will be required to conduct consultative and stakeholder participation engagement activities in Lamu County. This is a process to be undertaken by the members of the task force before KPA and can move towards a procurement stage. Honorable Speaker, as I wind up, KPA has committed to facilitating the conclusion of the compensation process by engaging all the stakeholders involved. Honorable Speaker, the committee also assures the honorable member that it will follow up on this matter and has planned to engage the ministry on the same early in November. Honorable Speaker, I submit.
Okay, the originator of the question, do you want to make a comment?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the honorable member and a member of the said committee have indicated that the identification and indeed the compilation of the list of the beneficiaries were done in collaboration with everyone else except the members of Parliament of the National Assembly. KPA is the Ministry of Transport and KPA are functions of the national government. How come that the names and the process was done with everyone else except the members of the National Assembly, myself and the other members included? Number two, Madam Speaker, I have not seen the list of the 3,800 and something fisher persons that the honorable member has indicated have been compensated. I hope the list is available, because we have had a situation in Lamu where everyone else is compensated except the people of Lamu. We had a situation where people were compensated for land in Kililana for the Lamu port, and these people, like 3/4 of the people that were compensated were people out of Lamu. So in this situation, Madam Speaker, I can always, I can almost commit that the list of the said members of the fishing community are not people of Lamu. But then we will see the list and then we will interrogate and submit it to the people, because we've had a situation where people are taking the money for the people of Lamu. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, I acknowledge the additional concerns raised by the Honorable Member. As a committee, through the Chair, we will follow up by engaging the Ministry further and inviting the Cabinet Secretary to a further meeting together with the Honorable Member, so that she can come and have a meeting with the Ministry and members of the committee.
Fair enough. Thank you. Next, is there a response for the question by Honorable Ruku? He's not around. Okay. So let's proceed to the other statements. You have the statement. Okay, proceed. But the member is not here. I think just table the report, since the member is not here. Thank you. Let's go to the responses to previous questions. The response by the Communication, Information and Innovation Committee Chair to respond to Honorable Clive Kiziaro.
Back here.
Are you doing it on behalf of the committee?
Yeah, I'm the vice chair of the committee. Let me respond.
Proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. The Honorable Clive Gisairo, Member for Parliament of Kitutu Masaba, of the 13th Parliament of the 3rd session of the National Assembly, raised the question below. His question number 1 was, what's the status of implementation of the Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Project since disbursement of funds by World Bank? And here is the response. Honorable Speaker, the KDEAP project was declared effective 2nd February 2024, following a legal opinion by the Attorney General. The government had its time met the 6 conditions of effectiveness of the project. The ministry obtained a budget allocation of 400 million Kenyan shillings in the supplementary budget to fiscal year 2023-2024 in the month of June 2024. The money was received in the designated account at the National Treasury on 27th June 2024. However, the disbursement of the project bank account under ICT Authority is yet to be completed. The current fiscal year 2024-2025 has a budget allocation of 2.8 billion granted, and the 18-month work plan has been approved by the World Bank. And the second question for Honorable Kisairo was, what regions benefited from implementation of the project so far? And here is the response. Honorable Speaker, the project implementation is starting this current financial year, and the terms of reference are under review in preparation for the rollout. Upon implementation, the project will benefit the whole country. Here, the third question. What are the expected gains for the project, for this project? The response, Honorable Speaker, the beneficiary of the project include citizens, the private sector, public sector agencies, students, and civil servants. Individuals across the nation will benefit from wider opportunities to participate in the digital economy through the widened access of broadband internet, public Wi-Fi hotspots, and the community access schemes, as well as digital access of public services, as well as enhanced data protection. The program places a strong emphasis on digital inclusivity and bridging the divide, i.e. the BWDs, that's people with disabilities, vulnerable communities, and underserved areas. On the same note, we have the second response for Honorable Doris Donya Toto, the women rep for Kisii. He had asked the question 1, measures that are in place to ensure the ISPs such as Safaricom.
What's your point of order?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. He has responded to my statement. I think I was to be allowed to comment before he goes to the next statement he wants to respond to, which is not mine.
Okay, I think we can allow that. So let's wait for the next statement. Proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I sought for a statement around 6 months ago. The statement was in regard to a disbursement by World Bank of $390 million, which is equivalent to 48 billion Kenya shillings. Madam Speaker, the response we've had here is not worth 100,000 Kenya shillings. This is basic and simply disrespectful to this House. Honorable Speaker, this is the reason why the chair has always avoided bringing this statement to this House, despite my many follow-ups. He had even confided in me that he cannot stand in this House to read this statement. Because what is written here, I doubt even the permanent secretary went through it before appending his signature. This is a statement written by an intern in that office. When we are talking about 48 billion, and the response talking about 400 million, which again, it goes ahead to say, has not gotten into their account. A project which was funded in 2023 March to date. Honorable Speaker, I'm totally dissatisfied with this response and would like that the committee helps me get a proper response, even if it means me joining them in the committee to get to the depth of this matter. We cannot have such responses after 6 months. You get 3 leaves of paper explaining nothing, telling us that the beneficiaries will be the citizens and the whole country. Honorable Speaker, I'm totally disappointed, and I hope to get a proper response on the statement that I sought from the committee chair of ICT. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Nabi.
Madam Speaker, the Kenya Digital Economy Acceleration Project is a World Bank project that is supposed to help not just anyone, but the young people of this country, the disadvantaged people of this country. Madam Speaker, it disappoints me that we are talking about 48 billion shillings. This is money the World Bank has brought to this economy that is supposed to accelerate the economy. And we cannot finger out any single project anywhere in this country. They are hiding behind the word citizens. Can they identify which citizens are going to benefit in this project? Because citizens come from somewhere. The project is supposed to be domesticated somewhere. It is very disappointing. And Madam Speaker, I would like you to find this committee completely out of order, not giving us satisfactory answers.
Okay, I think probably the committee can help the member if you summon the relevant state departments, and then Honorable Member for Kitutu Masaba can attend and get maybe final answers. I think that's a better way of dealing with it. Is that acceptable?
That's accepted, Madam Speaker, but if they can give us timelines. It has taken 6 months to bring this. If we don't have timelines, we may end the 13th Parliament without a response.
Yes, I think it can be within 2 weeks of after recess. I think 6 months is really out of order. Okay, thank you. Let's go to, you can move to the next statement. The one
Thank you,
by
Madam
Honorable
Speaker.
Donya.
We'll do as guided by your office, and we'll invite a member. Together with the minister, we'll discuss it further. Now let's go to the second question, which was asked by Honorable Doris Donya, MP. Her first question was measures that are in place to ensure that ISPs such as Safaricom, Telecom, Airtel compensate their customers adequately during prolonged internet outages. Response number one, internet service providers fall under the application service provider license category implemented by the Communication Authority. The authority has licensed over 500 applications service providers, and they are required to provide quality services devoid of service interruptions. The licensed entities are required to put in place measures that will ensure continued uptime of their services to ensure high availability, reliability of internet services, as well as customer complaint handling mechanism. Whereas the current regulatory framework does not prescribe specific compensation in case of service outrage, the service providers provide for different levels of compensation to their customers. These include wireless data bundles when affected by fiber at home, internet services downtime, data bundle period extension for period of unavailability, no charge for postpaid customers for period of unavailability, apologies, communicate through various communication channels. That was our first question. He had another question. Question number two, clarify on the implementation of broadband compensation and repeats by internet services providers for their customers in the event of service disruptions. The response, the interruption during planned activities or system upgrade, that's maintenance, licenses are required to notify the CA and their customers 7 days before such a downtime. These activities are also expected to be carried out during lowest period of tariff volumes. For unforeseen outages, licensees are expected to inform the CA of the occurrence within 24 hours and outline the measures they have undertaken to ensure minimum disruptions of service to customers. CA also handles customers' complaint on the case-by-case basis. He had another question, number three, where she was requesting outline the steps taken by the Minister of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy to enhance accountability in ISPs and protect the rights of customers, especially in the right of increasing dependence on internet services. And this is the response for the last question, a part of it. CA through establishment framework for assessment of quality of services, that's QoS, of telecommunication service systems that covers end-to-end QoS services, parameters for voice, SMS, and data. Currently, Safaricom, Airtel, and Telecom are assessed on an annual basis. The mobile network operators that fall to meet the minimum standard of 80% QoS performance is issued with a notice of violation. Failure to address may lead to penalties up to 0.4% of the mobile network annual turnover. The framework is currently under review in order to enhance accountability of the ISPs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Donya Doris, do you want to comment?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My major question actually was during power shortages and when the Safaricom are doing their repairs, which they can do for 2 to 3 days, they don't compensate the customers with what they've lost. Yet, you subscribe every month. So for those 3 days, they've not paid the customers. How do they get compensated? During power outages, no one gets the bundles for compensation. He has not even indicated what I had asked. Mheshimiwa Alpha, they don't compensate. What you've been given to answer is null and void. That is Kamago's response.
Do you have any response?
Honorable
Yes,
Madam
because she's
Speaker,
saying that you have not answered the actual question.
then what I can recommend, let's invite the honorable member with the affected department from the ministry, and we dig further about the issue.
Time frame? Frame? Again, within 2 weeks, since it's from the same State Department. Within 2 weeks after we resume from recess. Thank you. Okay, I think we're done with the next order. Oh, it's a statement. Do you have your weekly report?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I am holding brief for the substantive majority leader for his usual Thursday statement. And Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2A, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 15th October 2024. Although again, the House Business Committee still met today to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, I wish to commend the leadership of this House and members for the dedication and cooperation exhibited in the session so far. As members will note, Honorable Speaker, the House resolved to hold sittings tomorrow on Friday, 18th October 2024, commencing at 9:30 a.m. and 2:30 p.m. respectively, tomorrow on Friday. The House is therefore set to proceed on a short recess commencing Tuesday, 22nd October 2024, and resume regular sittings on Tuesday, 5th November 2024. I really hope the members who are consulting in loud, Honorable Speaker, are able to take note of the particular dates, because it will be remembered that when we went for a short recess last session, Honorable Speaker, some few members still reported to duty in this House the following day because they were not very keen on when the House adjourned for short recess. So I say that the House is going to proceed for short recess from Tuesday, 22nd October, and the regular sittings will resume on Tuesday, 5th November 2024. Honorable Speaker, with regards to the business schedule for tomorrow, Friday, 18th October 2024, the House is expected to consider the following private members' business and other priority business, some of which are listed in today's order paper. Committee of the whole House of the Senate amendments to the Food and Feed Safety Control Coordination Bill 2023. Second reading of the following bills, Honorable Speaker: the Higher Education Loans Board Amendment Bill 2022, the Parliamentary Pensions Bill 2023, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2022, the Political Parties Amendment Bill 2022, the Parliamentary Pensions Amendment Bill 2022, the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 37 of 2023, the Environmental Management and Coordination Amendment Bill 2023, the Land Control Bill 2023, and the County Government's Revenue Raising Process Bill of 2023. Honorable Speaker, with regard to business schedule for Tuesday, 5th November 2024, the House is expected to continue second reading of the following bills, if not concluded. That is the Equalization Fund Administration Bill, Senate Bill number 14 of 2023, the Public Finance Management Amendment Bill 2022, and the Political Parties Amendment Bill 2022. Additionally, Honorable Speaker, debate will also be undertaken on the following motions, should they not be concluded today. That is the first report on the implementation status of the House resolutions of the committee, reports and public petitions passed by the House, report on the alleged unfair trade practices by foreign investors in Kenya,
Second report on employment diversity audit in public institutions. Report of the extraordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament. Consideration of reports on financial statement of the state corporations of Nyanza region. Third report on consideration of the audited accounts of specified state corporations. And consideration of session of paper number 5 of 2023 on the national policy on migration, on labor migration. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order number 42A, 5 and 6, I wish to convey that the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport is scheduled to appear before the House on the afternoon Wednesday, 6th of November, to respond to the following questions. Number one question, Honorable Speaker, is by private notice number 13 of 2024 by the member for Gatanga, the Honorable Wakili Edward Mureu, MP, regarding status of any negotiation for concession agreement between the government and the Adani Group regarding the management of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Honorable Speaker, question by private notice number 14, 2024 by the member for Embakasi West, the Honorable Mark Mwenje, regarding amount of money disbursed to KERA for financial year 2023 and 2024 as of September 2024 for Nandi County, Nandi City County, yes. Sorry, it should be Nairobi City County. My apologies. Nandi is not a county, Honorable Speaker. And the measures. Nandi is not a city. Sorry, it's a county, but it's not a city. I realized there's a typo here. It's supposed to be Nairobi City County and not Nandi City County. Nandi is not a city. It is a county, but it's not a city. It is it's some village county. Sorry, it's a good county known for very good farming for tea and other matters. And the measures being taken to address the...
What's your point of order, Honorable Meli?
Madam Speaker, the majority whip is actually demeaning my county, the source of champions, the county renowned for tea, sugar, and all, and even the home county, almost where the nationalist Koitalel Samoei came from. So you should read his statement well and apologize to the people of Nandi County.
My apologies, Honorable Meli. I really don't mean to undermine the great county of Nandi. What I meant is that it's a county that is found in the remote areas of this country and doing very well in, but it's not a city. And it does very well in athletics, farming, but the fact is it's in the remote areas of this country. But Honorable Speaker, question number 167.
Your point of order, Honorable Pukose.
You know, Honorable Speaker, that the supports are the grandfathers of the Kalenjin community. And I would not want Honorable Asoro to get away with disparaging the Nandi County as a remote county. It's not fair, Honorable Asoro. I think that one you should be able to withdraw that statement. With all respect, Majority Whip.
Thank you very much. Honorable Speaker, I hope Honorable Pukose will take judicial notice of the fact that my first girlfriend hailed from Nandi County, and I found that village was very remote when I was visiting that area then. And I also want to inform Honorable Pukose that I was privileged to attend a great school in a very, very great school in a remote area of Nandi County called Kapsabet. So, Honorable Speaker, I know when I say, no, the school is great, but it's found in some very remote area in Nandi County. But I am fair that Nandi is a great county. Question number 167, but it's not a city, we agree. Question number 167, 2023, by the member for Baringo Central, the Honorable Joshua Kandie, regarding criteria used and applied by the Kenya Roads Board to determine the amount of funds allocated to each constituency. Question number 178 of 2023 by the member for Kinangop, the Honorable Gonzi Rai, regarding the issuance of demolition notices against the Makinon Road Trading Center, purely by the Kenya National Highway Authority. And also the question number 13 of 2024 by the member for Funyula, Honorable Dr. Ojiambo Oudo, MP, regarding the current status of Matayos, Ganjala, Nahasiko, Nangina Road that was rendered under the 10,000 kilometers low volume sealed road procured during the commencement of the financial year 2017-2018. There is also notice of question number 14 of 2024 by the member for Bahati, the Honorable Irene Joki, regarding the status report on the progress and expected timelines for completion of the Lanet Airport project. There is also question number 70 by the member for Malava, the Honorable Malulu Injendi, regarding the progress report of construction of Class AI Kakamega Kaburengi Road, whose construction commenced in October 2012. Number 78 of 2024 by the member for Luanda, the Honorable CPA Dick Maungu, regarding reasons for the delays by the contractor in upgrading of Maseno Kombeo Road to bitumen standard given the deplorable and impassable conditions of the 5.1 kilometer stretch from Maseno to Opasi to Luanda constituency. There is also question number 79 of 2024 by the member for Yata, or the Honorable Robert Basil, regarding reasons behind the significant delay in the completion of construction of the Matu Ekalakala Kiwindani Road to Kiasioni Road in Yata constituency. There is also question number 127, Honorable Speaker, of 2024, by the member for Laikipia North, the Honorable Sarah Korere, regarding reasons for delay in completion of construction works on Doldon and Nyuki Road in Laikipia North constituency. Question number 128, Honorable Speaker, by the member for the West Pokot County, the Honorable Rael Kasiwai, regarding the rationale behind the stalling of Baripelo Tot Marich Road project that expected date of commencement of the stall project. And there is also question number 129, Honorable Speaker, by the member for Kajiado South, the Honorable Samuel Parashina, regarding the details of the status of the construction of Ila City, Rombo Taveta Road. Question number 133 of 2024 by the member for Matuga, Kasim Tandaza, regarding the update of the progress of construction of Kwale Kinango B92 Road, whose construction commenced on 4th of August 2021 and was to be completed on 3rd August 2024. There is question number 137 of 2024 by the member for Igembe South, Igembe Central, the Honorable Daniel Carido, regarding the construction of Kangeta, Moeteni, Kadelua, Dhuuri Road that has stalled since 2016. There is also question number 138 by the member for Mwingi West, the Honorable Charles Ngusia, regarding the status of construction of the remaining 25-kilometer stretch, section of Kibwezi, Kitui, Kabati, Miwani, Bondoni Road, to bitumen standards which are stalled. Question number 139, Honorable Speaker, by the member for Matayos, the Honorable Geoffrey Odanga, regarding the measures put in place to ensure road safety on Thika Superhighway and monitoring of the road so as to mitigate the frequencies of such accidents. And finally, Honorable Speaker, on the questions, we have question number 140 by the member for Ikolomani, the Honorable Bernard Chinali, regarding the construction of E9127, Mulundu, Shitoli, Malinya, Lusui Road that are stalled, and the CS can provide the measures put in place to ensure the resumption of works by the contractor. In conclusion, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee, after today's meeting, Honorable Speaker, will reconvene again on Tuesday, the 5th of November, 2024, to schedule business for the rest of that week. I now wish to lay this statement, Honorable Speaker, on the table of the House. I thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
think we can now move to the next order.
Order number 8, the Kenya Information and Communications Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2022, second reading. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I now put the question that the Kenya Information and Communications Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 52 of 2022 be read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Kenya Information and Communications Act and for connected purposes. Order number 9, the Community Health Workers Bill, National Assembly Bill number 53 of 2022, second reading. Mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Owino.
Thank you very much.
Do you have a point of order? One moment. Do you have a point of order? Yes, proceed, Honorable Gogoyo.
Madam Speaker, would I be in order? Thank you. Madam Speaker, would I be in order to request that your indulgence, that this House observes a moment of sympathy to the Deputy President, who, Madam Speaker, has been taken ill this afternoon and is not able to transact. Madam Speaker, would I be in order to ask you to observe a moment of sympathy to the Deputy President?
What's your point of order, Honorable?
Honorable Speaker, whereas we all have our own political leanings, I think my brother, Honorable Tongoyo, Kongoyo, is overstretching this. We have always observed moments of silence in cases of death. That is number one. Number two, before us is no evidence that the Deputy President has been taken ill. There is absolutely no evidence. What we have heard is that the Senate is trying to trace their new client, the Deputy President, so that he can finish his side of witnessing of a case that emanated from this House, Honorable Speaker. So my brother is misplaced, and his thoughts are equally displaced, and this House has no latitude to entertain such kind of theatrics within the House. And I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Gogoyo, said by the Honorable Member, I think has just cleared it. It's, you would pay tribute usually, and then the Speaker will allow the members to rise for a minute for a moment of silence. In this case, that is not the case. So I think I want to grant your request. Okay, I think you may proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Before I reply, I want to donate 1 minute to Honorable Dorothy Modoni.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Luoch for bringing this very, very important bill to this House. Honorable Speaker, it's important to underscore the importance of the Community Health Workers Bill, which is before this House. Honorable Speaker, the Community Health Workers Bill is primarily aimed at supporting Article 43 of the 2010 Constitution. Health is very key.
What's your point of order? Just hold on, Honorable Ikiara.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this House always keeps records, and I'm proud of the Honorable Member. But it's unfortunate that she's referring to a wrong person, that Honorable Lodge.
being the sponsor of the bill. I'm not aware of Honorable Lodge being the sponsor of the bill. Maybe if he's
I
referring
think,
to
yes, I
Honorable
think you
Martin
can correct
Owino.
it. Honorable Peter Owino.
Yes.
Martin Owino, member for Ndiwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I said Oluoch, but from the part of the country where I come from, Owino, Oluoch, Ondaga are all names for that community, and so I seek forgiveness, Honorable Owino, Martin Owino. Honorable Speaker, I wish to add my voice to this very, very important motion, and I want to state, Honorable Speaker, if we fast track this bill, it will go a long way in helping our hospitals in managing various diseases. Honorable Speaker, the community health workers are the first and should be the first contact persons to identify various elements before patients go to seek treatment in hospitals. Honorable Speaker, these community health workers will be able to go to the villages and assist people in knowing who has what disease, Honorable Speaker. And it is very, very important to note that, Honorable Speaker, these health workers have been giving themselves at minimal cost. They are paid $2,500 at the moment, and if we can improve this kitty, Honorable Speaker, the government will stand advantaged, because we always say prevention is always better than cure. So, Honorable Martin, I want to thank you for this very important bill and say let's fast track.
You may proceed, Honorable Owino.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the member for that support. Honorable Speaker, yesterday we had a very robust debate on this, and across the board, everybody found that community health workers is an integral part of health delivery system of this country. Honorable Speaker, reactionary medicine is not helping. That is, waiting for patients to get so ill and treat them is not improving the health of our people. That's why this bill, which wants to identify, train, register, and equip community health workers and regulate them, will help a long way in preventing diseases, but also in management of those diseases. Honorable Speaker, if this cadre is recognized and empowered the way the bill is saying, then we will have early detection of diseases. We will also have prompt referral system and client support system and efficient data system. We are not going back to use 3 years old data in order to do our business. Madam Speaker, there is what we call 3Ds. That really worsen the health of the people in this country. That is D number 1, delaying at home. D number 2, delay on the way, and D number 3, delay at the facility. These 3Ds, if we empower community health workers, they will be eliminated. And that will give good outcome of our health across the country. Madam Speaker, if the community health workers are empowered, trained, equipped, and regulated, there will be a reduction of disease burden in the community. They will also reduce death, as we have seen it, and disabilities. As Dr. Pukosi will testify, if you identify a diabetes condition early and advise the client to adjust the lifestyle, actually use a very little money other than we would have used in buying a dialysis machine, sessions. So it will cut the cost of care because of those early detections. Even consider the issues of cancers. Right now, people show with cancer conditions in stage 3 and 4. But if they are identified earlier, they will for sure live a life. Madam Speaker, in closing, the issue of funding, and I want to thank Honorable Kuria Kimani for that idea we had. The issue of funding community health workers can be easily dealt with if we invest well in level 1 and in community health workers themselves. That will lessen the frequency of higher tertiary care. Now, the money saved from those reduced frequency can be plowed back into the community health workers. So those who are saying that it is expensive to have community health workers salaried, they are misinformed. In fact, if we invest in community health workers, we are going to cut the cost of healthcare in this country. Madam Speaker, we also put money in primary healthcare. The primary healthcare fund, the integral part of primary healthcare is community health workers. And therefore, those funds should be earmarked for paying them. There's no health outcomes that will come with volunteers, because these people also have their needs. Children going to school, they have their food has to be put on the table. They have needs like anybody else. But more importantly, uniquely, these cards are placed in our community, and they relate to the people in the village. That's why they are 24/7. Somebody who is doing 24/7, you cannot say you are giving 2,000 or 5,000. These people have to be salaried good in order to achieve what we want to achieve in health. Honorable Speaker, much was discussed, and I want to thank my chair for health, Dr. Pokose, who stayed in throughout, Dr. Honorable Kimani and Honorable Nyikal, who seconded this motion with passion and agreed that when he retires, he's also going to be a community health worker in Seme. I'll follow to do the same. All of us will end up in a community so that we can discharge this service. With those few remarks, I, Martin Peters, Owino Ward Chief, Nyamrero number 1, I want to beg to reply. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Martin Peter Owino. Honorable members, we will not put the question at this moment. This will be done in another sitting, as will be scheduled by the House Business Committee. Next order.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of the mediated version of the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022.
Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, you may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 15th October 2024. Honorable Speaker, in considering the clauses of the Sugar Bill 2022 under mediation, the committee had to address the following issues.
Honorable Emmanuel Wangwe, please move the motion as per the order paper up to the end.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that, pursuant to the provisions of Article 113, subsection 2 of the Constitution, and Standing Order 150, subsection 3, this House adopts the report of the Mediation Committee on the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 16th October 2024, and approves the mediation version of the Sugar Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2022. Honorable Speaker, in considering the clauses of the Sugar Bill 2022 under mediation, the committee had to address the following issues. 1, whether to go the zoning way as proposed by the Senate or the regional catchment area way as proposed by the National Assembly. 2, whether to increase the membership of the Kenya Sugar Board to 14 by adding a member from the least represented gender and a representative of persons living with disability and youth. 3, the nominating body for the representative of universities in the board of directors of the Sugar Research Institute. 4, the institution that will be in charge of the percentage of sugar development levy allocated for infrastructure development and maintenance. 5, whether imported industrial sugar should be exempted from payment of sugar development levy. 6, whether growers should be represented in the board of directors of private milling companies. And 7, whether to adopt the sugarcane zones proposed by the Senate or sugarcane catchment areas proposed by the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, the committee deliberated and resolved the above issues as follows. On 1, whether to go the zoning way as proposed by the Senate or the regional catchment areas way as proposed by the National Assembly, the committee resolved to adopt the National Assembly's position of putting in place regional catchment areas which will be important in cane management. On the issue number 2, whether to increase the membership of the Sugar Board, Kenya Sugar Board to 14 by adding a member from the least represented gender and a representative of persons living with disability or youth, the committee resolved to retain the membership of the board at 12 and provided that the appointing